What's this guy's name? It's something Hawk. And it may sound stereotypical, but dude looks like he's done some time. And sounds like he's done some time.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts. Bitch, I'm flowing straight from the survival scroll. Cut that bitch off. Next caller.
Yo. Drop. Yo. Peace to the tribes. Let me get some bows and arrows in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear. Let me see what we got, man. Get a little music going, and then we'll get it cracking. Tonight's topic is, what is tonight's topic? White lies in the Wild West. We're going to give everybody some time to get in here. Please share the stream. You already know what time it is. Big Shadow Band Clan in this motherfucker. So share the stream, man. I got a little theory that we're gonna do a little research on. You know what I'm talking about? Hold on. Let's do this.
He was really nothing but an antisocial gangster.
He is a sort of gangster, you know, because this is a gangster story, but a gangster with a difference because this is a gangster with a conscience.
I don't need no gun to do my thing. Mao Zedong said that power grows out the barrel of a gun. He never said that power was a gun. That's why I don't need no gun to do my thing. What I need is some freedom. What I need is the power to determine my destiny.
These lines, rapping about a life that they never live. Realize these streets crying for a miracle. I'm on fire, I am a miracle. These lines, rapping about a life that they never live. That's why hip-hop's dying. These streets crying for a miracle. I'm on fire, I'll never die. I am a miracle. These lines, rapping about a life that they never live.
They charged Jesus with sedition. Didn't they do that? They said he was against Caesar. They said he was discriminating because he told his disciples, go not the way of the Gentiles, but rather go to the lost sheep. He discriminated. Don't go near the Gentiles, go to the lost sheep. Go to the oppressed.
That's right. Ride. Let me by when you see me ride. Don't you see me switching lanes? Bitch ass niggas switch sides. Don't hate the riders. Hate the gang. Don't hate the riders. Don't hate the riders. Don't hate the riders. Don't hate me, man. Don't hate ass niggas switching sides. Don't you see me switching lanes? Let me by when you see me ride. Don't you see me switching lanes? Bitch ass niggas switching sides. Don't hate the riders. Hate the gang. Don't hate the riders. Don't hate the riders. Don't hate the riders. Don't hate me, man. Don't hate ass niggas switching sides. Don't you see me switching lanes? This king shit, fuck chains, man. Give me gold bars and gold crowns. If a pimp's up, these hoes down. Housewives turn porn star. These hoes go too far. I'm guru, this gangster. St. Louis don't fight fair. Put bullet holes in your paint job. Fake hoes get exposed. Eat bitch niggas like takeout. Hate the game, don't hate the riders. They watch us like a stakeout. Lurking on my Instagram. Is that what all that hate about? You acting like I give a damn. Like I don't know these hoes foul. Okay, I'm reloaded. Who want some war now? Knock, knock, better open up, or we gon' kick the door down. Pine line, stay soldiered up, nigga, you can ask the whole town. I walk on water like Black Jesus, it's rider season. Let me buy when you see me ride. Don't you see me switching lanes? Bitch ass niggas switch sides, don't hate the riders. Hate the game, don't hate the riders. Don't hate the riders, don't hate the riders. Don't hate me, man. Don't hate ass niggas switching sides. Don't you see me switching lanes? Let me buy when you see me ride. Don't you see me switching lanes? Bitch ass niggas switching sides, don't hate the riders. Hate the game, don't hate the riders. Don't hate the riders, don't hate the riders. Don't hate me, man. Don't hate ass niggas switching sides. Don't you see me switching?
In any lane, nigga. I'm plenty high. You know how we ride. I'll bury the pharaoh in hot sand. Don't they know this God's land? Don't they know this God's plan? Look, bro, that's all that I'm saying. Wild child. Share the stream, share the stream. Just giving all the agents time to get out of here. You already know what time it is. And we're going to get right to it. Shout out 10AC King. Appreciate that, family. Tribe. Salute Chief Kokomo and his biatch Enos 0407. Tribe. Elizabeth Young. Peace to the tribes. Share the stream, and we're going to get it going, you know what I'm talking about? Don't hate me, man. Don't they switch lanes? Tonight's topic. I'm still talking about tonight. So what happens when you don't sleep?
Isn't it obvious? Well, that is obvious, but we don't know if it's obvious that God is white. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that Jesus did not have blonde hair and blue eyes. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that the images of Jesus that are on prison walls and churches throughout the world are not historically correct, because history teaches us that Jesus was born in a region where the people had color. There's proof in the very Bible that you asked us to read in Revelation 1st chapter, verse 14 and 15, that Jesus had hair like wool and feet the color.
Peace to the tribes. All right, so I need everybody to do a little, what's the word? Mantra to themselves that I don't fuck up and forget to unmute myself or any of that old weirdo shit. Yeah, let's talk about it. Comanche El Blanco. The white Comanche. Wicked whites of the West. What the fuck is Hawk School talking about today? Where do we begin? Peace to the tribes. Charles Johnson and his biatch. Maurice Miller, y'all already know what it is. About to expose these clampets, squatchulators. So yeah, I wanted to do, as you see, I had a thumbnail for, what is that? Oh yeah, the color line joint. But as I was doing some research in that, I was just stumbling across other shit. And, you know, I had the premise that, you know, that the Comanches was fake. You know what I'm saying? The last time we was live. And I'm going to strive to keep this a little concise too, man. I'll try not to go too crazy with the lives. But I just got so much to share with you, you know what I'm saying? This is a new subject, but it's still, you know, kind of going off of where we were. Because you know what we're here to do. You know what I'm saying? It's Hawk School. And we on a mission too.
Giving you more of what you hoping for. You ain't hoping in the Lord, huh? You hoping in vain, material, superficial shit. That's why you can't see me, house niggas.
You can't. All right, so I think we're just gonna start here. We're gonna let this guy. We'll start it here, and we'll just do a little research together. I ain't gonna say nothing. I'll let you talk amongst yourselves, because I don't wanna make up some narrative. And that reminds me, while I'm thinking about it, I actually wanted to do. I wanted to look up the etymology of narrative, if you don't mind, real quick. Let's see. Wow. That's funny. Quite interesting. How ironic. So we just looking up narrative because I'm like, I've seen a lot of books, history shit, and I had just got another book. I don't know if I got it up now. Oh yeah, here is it? It might be this one, but I don't want to lose my page. I think it is a narrative. Oh yeah. Let me see. Maybe this will show it. Well, it was at the beginning. We'll see it. But anyway, so I wanted to see what was the etymology of narrative. It looks like all these words are related to narrative. Isn't that crazy? Let's see what it means. 15th century narrative, biographical, historical, from late narrativus, situated to narration, from Latin narrate, stem of narrare, to tell, relate, recount, explain. See narration, meaning of or pertaining to narrations. A tale, a story, a connected account of the particulars of an event or series of incidents. From French narrative, narrative as a noun. Act of telling a story or recounting in order. Hey, ain't it funny that they say it's telling a story? And I don't know if they know culturally that means lying to niggas. I know down south, when I was in Tennessee down there, when I was young, with my people, we'd go see our grandparents and shit, but long story short, they was always like, don't be telling those stories. They telling stories. Oh, he telling a story. That's how you know a nigga lying. I don't know if they know that. Yo, peace to everybody that just tapped in, man. Go ahead, share the stream. Because I uncovered some more shit. Don't think I'm going to have y'all, coming up here wasting your motherfucking time. Bro, I be like studying like 12, 20 motherfucking hours for each one of these motherfuckers. I ain't even bullshitting. I told you I'm going to bring you the straight extract, the straight gas, you know what I'm saying? So to do that, I be having to go through a lot of shit, and to tell you the truth, I do have to bro, it'd be so much shit that it'd be a total waste of my fucking life. I mean, the only reason it's not a waste of my life is because of the work I'm doing here, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even call it work, because it's not work. It's a task, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, I don't know what to compare it to. It's like rolling up, nigga. Yeah, it's some work, get the weed, goddamn, roll up, got to get the goddamn cones, got to go to the store. Yeah, that's some work, but really, it's all worth it, right? Because you're going to get everybody high, so let's get high. Let's elevate. Enough about these narrations and the act of telling stories. I got to see. Because how's it Latin and Algonquin? Which one is it? Texas state line. You don't know what to believe. All right. That's low-key why I be looking at every motherfucking thing. And, of course, we got, how many books we got today? 1, 2. I got 3 for y'all. One of them you can only see if you borrow it. You got to sign in and borrow it. And I also, like, that's why you got to study everything so you can connect this shit, because I also found, oh, man, I found these goddamn pale faces caught testifying in court that they working for an Indian. Yes, sir. Hold on, I got y'all. Let's get a few more people in here, you know what I'm saying? Share the stream, hit the like, you know what I mean? Help the algorithm. Let motherfuckers know shit is cracking over here, goddamn Hawk School, turn up. About to expose these goddamn clampets again. You know what we do. So we just gonna, where am I gonna start? We'll start here. And we'll just see, you know, what comes of all this.
Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. It's a fantastic book. There's so much good stuff in there. And I just, it was so sad.
Now, before I let his goddamn, the great Garibaldi go goddamn insane with the shit. No, it's a lot of hijacking in this shit I'm going to show you. But, you know, we got the Hawk filter on. Don't be pressed. I will never mislead you. You know what I'm talking about?
And so ripping and so riveting. And
I cannot forget to unmute. This shit is too important. Tribe up, man. Shout out Jared White in the chat, man. I appreciate that, bro. That's love. Shout out to everybody that support the motherfucking tribe. You already know what it is, man. We're just gonna keep going up. Now, look how much dick he's sucking. Started to call this nigga Howie Mandel just on GP, just to not give him a shout out. So check out Howie Mandel and shit. Now watch all this dick he suck. Now, pay attention. It's all gonna make sense, like always. Well, not the dick sucking part, pause.
And it was so good, and I made an Instagram post about that. There it is. Oh, we got a copy of it. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. It's a fantastic book. There's so much good stuff in there. And I just, it was so sad and so gripping and so riveting.
Now, this goes with our last live, for those of you who were here, and if you weren't, I'm sorry that you missed it. And let me just let this motherfucker talk.
And we all know that a lot of horrific things happened in the time where the settlers started making their way across the plains and headed west. But God, you just did such a fantastic job of sort of bringing it to life.
It's all those things. It's brutal. It's sad. It's incredibly dramatic. It's. I mean, I just think people forget about what the frontier was. It's kind of a nice idea that you get on TV or something, but it was a savage place. Anyway, I was trying to convey it with this, with the minimum possible of people being stanked out on ant hills with their eyelids cut off and things like that. So.
There was a lot of that, though, right?
There was a lot of that.
Yeah, I mean, the horrors of it all.
Hold on, man. Let me get these white motherfuckers off the screen while he laughing. Fuck you laughing about? See, I already know the goddamn end of the movie. I don't want to be no spoiler alert. Motherfucker just pissed me off, man. Because you got to understand, I be watching this shit before I bring it to y'all. So by the time I bring it to y'all, I be like, what the fuck? I didn't see that last time, and that shit pissed me off. Just pay attention.
But it was a savage place. Anyway, I was trying to convey it with this, with the minimum possible of people being stanked out on ant hills with their eyelids cut off and things like that. So.
There was a lot of that, though,
there
right?
was a lot of that.
Yeah, I mean, the horrors of it all. It's like, whew, you know. And I'd never seen. I knew that kind of stuff had taken place, but I had really never read it so graphically depicted before this book. What motivated you to write about all this?
So what this is a book about me. I'm a Connecticut Yankee, Massachusetts, Connecticut guy. I moved to Texas 25 years ago, and I've been there ever since. And I didn't know anything about Texas history, nothing. Beyond whatever you might know about the Alamo or something, or Sam Houston or somebody like that. And I got there and I just started to, I started to hear about the Great Plains and what they were, which was an alien concept to me. I wasn't sure what the plains were or why they were different than some other part of the country, the high plains. And I...
This motherfucker take it too long. It's my motherfucking show.
I came upon this idea that the last frontier was there, that this is where it all went down. This is where like the end of freedom and limitlessness. It didn't happen. The frontier didn't push forward until it got to California and then hit the ocean. California settled, the East settled, and then there was this one last place that did not. And it went on and there were reasons for that, one of which was the most hostile Indian tribes in the country. Another was that there was no water, wood, or, there was basically only land, no water or timber. But so I got into this, and then, lo and behold, there's this, I find out because I live in Texas that there's this principle that lived on this land, the Comanches, that determined everything that happened in the American West around them. And that's not an exaggeration. They were, because until, the West wasn't won until they lost it. And that was lives on
I muted when I was coughing, and I didn't forget to unmute. So, ha, motherfuckers. These motherfuckers always get to choking up when they telling the truth. You can see they probably choking on their two tongues, or they forked tongue, whatever. That motherfucking twisted up in their motherfucking mouth. You got to pay attention to people, man, when they get goddamn stuttering and jittering and that's they slow ass mind trying to work, and it's too slow for the rest of their body, so they ain't getting the signal because they making that shit up, and they're not good at it. They're not real good at this creating shit. That's why we're here exposing every motherfucking thing. Let me get my banner on here. I keep my CNN shit going. They're gonna suck a little more Comanche dick.
water, wood, or,
Now, see, the reason this nigga's nutting up, because he is smart enough to know that this shit makes no fucking sense. See, now we just watched on the last live, I don't know if you were here to see it, but that they're taking advantage of everybody with all this cultural shit. All this cultural shit is being put on you. These motherfuckers is creating your whole reality, bro. And niggas don't even know it. They telling you who's who and what's what. Bro, I got so much, we gonna expose a lot of shit on this. It might be a couple hours, you know what I'm saying? But we gonna cover a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? We finna expose all these fake-ass tribes, all these fake-ass Indians, all these fake-ass customs, all this shit, because I'm tired of the way motherfuckers attack us, the so-called Negro. I don't give a fuck, nigga, if you believe you Aboriginal or not. Niggas. I'm sick of the way motherfuckers just walk all over like, I ain't talking about us. I'm talking about the rest of us. For all the niggas out here, y'all think y'all woke, y'all don't give a fuck about your cousin that sell crack. Well, I like my cousins that sell crack. I hope they re-up before the goddamn sun set. Allegedly. But I'm finna expose this shit. I'm exposing everything. And if you notice in my comments, ain't nobody coming with that okey doke shit. I had one weird motherfucker in the goddamn, what's this? In the chat, in the last stream. I mean, that bitch went 6 hours. He came about 5 hours. We drove from goddamn St. Louis to goddamn Wisconsin by the time this nigga pulled up with the sirens. We done already got down, dropped the pack off. So yeah, I ain't make my video, but what is it? Strain of the day? It's we on this gorilla cookies. You know what I'm saying? A little something. Put your if you deal in the homeopathic remedies and medicines, put your favorite herb in the chat, or if you watch this when it's over, in the comments. You know what I'm saying? What kind of medicine you like? Now let me let this paleface finish sucking Comanche dick.
There were reasons for that, one of which was the...
I digress. Why I'm stopping, because the niggas talking about there's no timber out there, there's no fucking water out there, so there's no reason for any human beings to be out there, okay? Let's remember that. That's why he choking up, because the nigga got degrees and all this. I wrote a book and woo. Man, fuck your book. Fuck your book. And your scallop, and I ain't gonna disrespect that man, mama. Fuck your squatulating ass mama too. So, they know it don't make sense for nobody to be out here where the fuck they talking about. Just pay attention, bro. Watch what I show y'all.
End of freedom and limitlessness. It didn't happen. The frontier didn't push forward until it got to California and then hit the ocean. California settled, the East settled, and then there was this one last place that did not. And it went on and there were reasons for that, one of which was the most hostile Indian tribes in the country. Another was that there was no water, wood, or,
See the way that nigga brain got tied up? What the fuck am I saying? This shit sounds stupid as shit. They're recording me. What the fuck? I'm lying. Squatch-laden motherfuckers, I'm about to expose all y'all. I'm about to expose you fake First Nation ass motherfucking goddamn Mongolian hut living in ass niggas. Yeah, I got y'all caught too. I got motherfucking, what's this nigga, motherfucking. All right, I ain't gonna say it, Lord. Watch this motherfucker choking up. Shit don't make sense. Nigga, everything's settled except the place where motherfuckers don't want to be, stupid, because we been here. And he know this shit like, well, the East was settled and California was settled. And there was just this one little piece where we wanted to come squatulate because them niggas didn't want to live there. That's why we wasn't in Oklahoma. Nigga, we didn't want to be there, nigga. Who would want to live in the motherfucking gravel pit, nigga, as opposed to goddamn Miami or somewhere? Like, let's be realistic. Niggas go to vacation. Man, I'm trying to go to Miami, cuz. Now. Pay attention, bro. Watch this lying motherfucker.
And there were reasons for that, one of which was the most hostile Indian tribes in the country. Another was that there was no water, wood, or, country. Another was that there was no water, wood, or, there was basically only land, no wood, or, there was basically only land, no water or timber. But so I got into no water, wood, or, no water, wood, or country. Another was that there was no water, wood, or, there was basically only land, no water or timber. But so I got into this, and then, lo and behold.
Who the fuck gonna live there? Listen to this description. There's no water, no timber. You think a nigga ain't gonna keep going? Well, we finna walk a couple more days, cuz, see what's popping. Shitting me. Bro, I'm about to...
Oh, there's this... I find out because I live in Texas that there's this principle that lived on this land, the Comanches, that determined everything that happened in the American West around them. And that's not an exaggeration. They were, because until... Find out because I live in Texas that there's this principle that lived on this land, the Comanches, that determined everything that happened in the American West around them. And there's this, I find out because I live in Texas that there's this principle that lived on this land, the Comanches, that determined everything that happened in the American West around them. And that's not an exaggeration. They were, because until, the West wasn't won until they lost it. And that was for sure. And so there were two things. Because until, the West wasn't won until they lost it. And that was for
So let me give you a little brief synopsis, if you ain't up to speed. Based on what we've researched thus far, if you're not, up to speed, you can get up to speed by subscribing to Hawk School. You know what I'm talking about? Basically, there's some tribe, the Comanches, who apparently show up in this desolate land and start controlling it about the mid-1800s from the Rocky Mountain area. So they're very fierce, to say the least. Matter of fact, because some people may not know, where we are. So let's give them, because they don't want to show them this. And you know what I realized is we didn't have no books because we smarter than all the rest of these motherfuckers for real. That's how, bro, like this shit is on cap, bro. Like all my Aboriginal niggas that be going live, bro, you know how much shit nigga got on cap, bro? And niggas ain't even the goddamn 100-year-old nigga, you know what I'm saying? Telling everybody what's going on. Niggas out here babies. So you might be looking like this nigga, oh, nigga, I'm a fucking baby, nigga. I'm finna be like 120, stupid. I've been 30 like 15 times or some shit. Fuck you mean, nigga? So I'm just imagining how much shit I'm gonna have on cap, nigga, when I'm 110. Shit, nigga, when I'm 80. Cause I still know shit from when I was a teenager, nigga, like, fuck you mean, nigga? They say the subconscious has a perfect memory. So let's put everybody up to speed with these Comanches. Hopefully we could get some of them in the motherfucking chat. So I could put a goddamn tomahawk in the middle of their motherfucking forehead. Hopefully. Maybe it's in my history. It was on the last live. I should just play my own video, right? Might do some more weird shit. Oh yeah, so I ain't even tell y'all and how they be fucking with my stream. I would have been on time, bro, but I'm never gonna be on time. But I would have been on time, like closer to not on time. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm from the future, so I can never be late. But I'm saying that to say this. Bro, they had my computer all fucked up. I had to like redo my drivers and shit. I don't know if you know what that is. You know what I'm saying? But like the inner workings of my own personal computer at my house, shit was fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Like I turned my shit on. I'm ready to go live, and my goddamn, it say I don't even have no mic, no motherfucking speakers, no. I don't have no devices. I don't have no nigga. You ain't got nothing. I'm trying to play the goddamn song. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to goddamn.
Gang, don't hate the riders, don't hate the riders, don't hate the riders, don't hate me, man. Don't hate this.
And it's saying, nigga, the shit straight popped up was like, you don't have no device to play this on. You have no audio device to play this on. I'm like, what the fuck you talking about, nigga? I got all shit over here. So I had to reset up everything. So I don't know what the fuck they be doing, but I know I'm on they ass, pause. Now, let's talk about these fucking savages. Where they at? Where that shit been? Hey, bro, I be consuming so much shit. Oh, man. And then what's crazy is I got shit. I got like 4 builds on damn near on cap. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start making like a playlist that go with, you know what I'm saying, that give you some shit to look at that go with the videos. But you have to be a goddamn channel member or some shit, nigga. I already ain't got no Patreon. I'm about to give y'all niggas 3 archived PDF books I done goddamn found down there every stream. Man, this is shit crazy. And now I see, you know what I'm saying, now that I know that they on that old society of the Red Man, secret society with the tribe shit, now I'm on everybody. Now I want to see what the fuck everybody doing. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck y'all over here doing? Nigga, I'm hawking. Straight up, I'm flying on. Nigga, fuck is these niggas over here doing? Oh, okay. That's what y'all over here doing? Yeah. Tribe. Yeah, we on them. I'm on that goddamn, what's that shit called? Gorilla cookies? Yeah, nigga, I'm on my gorilla shit. Yeah. That's why I be having a camouflage hat on, nigga. You know what time it is? What's understood need not be explained. I still got more shit about the scallywags, the goddamn slave slabs, squatters and scallywags. But I ain't even gonna put that on there. I gotta stay focused. We're gonna stay focused. Where's that? Hey man, I appreciate y'all tuning in. Take a moment to hit that like and to share the stream. You already know we Shadow Band Clan. So motherfuckers can't even see that we live and shit like that. But I'm talking about as soon as the stream over, I can't even see my video. Like it don't even pop up on my channel, on my phone, on my shit. Signed in. Like, nigga, what video? What live? Nigga, you wasn't live. I promise you. I'd be like, what the fuck? But it's all good. You know, this is Hawk School for the gifted and the elect. So maybe motherfuckers just ain't elected, you dig? It ain't for me to say. I got some more. I'm finna expose some of y'all favorite niggas too. I don't give a fuck. Niggas can eat a goddamn dick. Ain't nobody gonna do shit to me. I'm exposing all you niggas. Watch. Oh, Rosicrucian ass, bitch ass niggas think I don't see through you. Better stay the fuck away from me. I be hawking. Don't think I be too busy studying that I don't be seeing what these fuck niggas be doing. I got to. I'm a hawk. It's my job. I'm a predator, not prey, motherfucker. That's why we still right here. And I still be having time to see what the fuck going on with goddamn YSL case, nigga. What you talking about? Try it. Where the fuck is this at? Damn, man, I can't. When I be looking at my history, that's when I see how insane I am. It's a lot of shit. But, you know, I play this shit while I'm doing other shit. Like, I be doing some shit for the goddamn thumbnail or some shit, listening to some shit. But it is kind of insane. Come on, man, what the fuck? If you're just tuning in, man, sorry for the delay. Tribe. Everything happens in the proper order for the proper reason. Tonight's topic is Comanche El Blanco, wicked whites of the West. Look up the etymology of whites, nigga. Get up to speed. Don't ask me no questions. You go find out what it is, nigga. I spelled it right. I spelled it white. Damn, man, I got this other bill for y'all. Man, I really gotta I need to, see, this is why I need to hurry the fuck up. I done discovered so much more shit. I damn near want to do Slave Slabs, Squatters and Scallywags 3. I might. We'll see. I got to catch up though, cause I got too much shit to already like prepared to tell y'all, man. But it's like everything just making the next thing easier to, you know what I'm saying? Like to, how can I say it? present it in a way that, you know what I'm saying, nigga understand it. Where the fuck is that at? Damn, I can't find this shit. Here, maybe I could just let his bitch ass talk while I'm looking.
For sure. And so there were two things. One, this arc of the rise and fall of the most powerful tribe, most influential tribe in American history, the Comanches, which was very cool, from the Spanish and the horse and all sorts of big stuff that goes on. And then in the middle of that story was this little story of this little 9-year-old girl with, you know, blonde hair and cornflower blue eyes who gets taken in a Comanche raid in 1836, who ends up becoming the, you know, mother of the last and greatest chief of the Comanches. And in fact, her kidnapping and his surrender, blonde hair and cornflower blue eyes, who gets taken in a Comanche raid. And so there were two things. One, this arc of the rise and fall of the most powerful tribe, most influential tribe in American history, the Comanches, which was very cool, from the Spanish and the horse and all sorts of big stuff that goes on. And then in the middle of that story was this little story of this little 9-year-old girl with, you know, blonde hair and cornflower blue eyes who gets taken in a Comanche raid in 1836, who ends up becoming the, you know, mother of the last and greatest chief of the Comanches. And in fact, her kidnapping and his surrender at the very end, the Comanches, you know, sort of bookend a 40-year war. We never fought a 40-year war against anybody. Story of this little 9-year-old girl with, you know, blonde hair and cornflower blue eyes who gets taken in a Comanche raid in 1836, who ends up becoming the, you know, mother of the last and greatest chief of the Comanches. And in fact, her kidnapping.
Pay attention to the fact that he said, we ain't never fought a 40-year war against anybody. I want you to pay attention to how much shit they gonna say about these Comanches that don't apply to no fucking body else. This is an anomaly, okay? Remember that. Listen, this is gonna be worth your time. We just, you know what I'm saying? You getting the groove, we getting the goddamn signal. Nigga, this shit, half this shit is meaningless, but I say it so that the other half may reach you. Khalil Gibran.
And his surrender at the very end, the Comanches, you know, sort of bookend a 40-year war. We never fought a 40-year war against anybody except them. So I ran into this story, and I'm just a kid from Connecticut, and it just seemed like the most obvious book in the world. It was just the coolest history.
It's a crazy story, and I'd never heard of Cynthia Ann Parker before. Now we have her
on your
the
wall.
We have a giant metal picture of her on the wall. It was because it was so powerful. Your depiction of it too. I wanted to.
They got a picture of this nigga mama on the wall. Do you know who Cynthia Ann Parker is? Oh, good ass Indian ass niggas. Where them Native American ass niggas in the chat? Y'all know who she is? You know that bitch? That's Quanah Parker mama. You know that fuck nigga? One of y'all niggas out here his descendant? Because he's a bitch. He's a fuck nigga. He's a pussy ass nigga. Bitch ass, fuck ass nigga. That's why his house is goddamn falling the fuck apart, nigga. And they won't even sell it back to they bitch ass. Yeah, I said it, nigga. Pull up. Fuck you talking about? Get mad, bitch. I'm doing the Lord's work. Eat a dick. This piece of shit ass house. That's what I get. I don't give a fuck. Fuck them. Fuck the mute. Fuck who mad, goddamn. I'm getting turned up, nigga. I'm finna get mad, nigga. Well, I ain't gonna get mad, but, you know. We just gonna shine bright and blind the motherfucking sun. This piece of shit ass house. That's what I was talking about. That's what I was trying to talk about. This piece of shit ass house. Motherfucking Quanah Parker house. Tawana Parker, that's what we finna call his bitch ass. You don't get to go down in history. There's no goddamn nobody, nigga. You goddamn Tawana Parker. Last motherfucking chief of the Comanche. Who Comanche? Ain't a nigga in the chat that's gonna say he Comanche. Ain't nobody Comanche. Who? All the Aboriginal ass niggas, please comment and say, oh, I'm a Comanche. Please do it. Please. Please. Y'all finna hate me. Or love me. One. Can't be both. I know that. You know what I'm saying? I ain't that type of nigga. And make you be all in no gray area. Oh, what's happening? Fuck you mean, nigga? Fuck all that gray area shit. Oh, I ain't really sure. Oh, fuck all that, nigga. For sure, nigga. You got me fucked up. I just got sick of listening to them talk.
I wanted to find out what she looks like. And what is his name again?
Quanah.
Quanah.
Quanah was the name.
This is
he
on
was
the cover of the book.
Right. Because his mother was Cynthia Ann Parker, which was not, that didn't come out, and no one found out that until he was much older. So he was born Quanah as a Comanche. Later in the reservation,
her on the wall, because it was so powerful.
War against anybody except them. So I ran into this story, and I'm just a kid from Connecticut, and it just seemed like the most obvious book in the world. It was just the coolest history.
It's a crazy story, and I'd never heard of Cynthia Ann Parker before. Now we have her
on your
the
wall.
We have a giant metal picture of her on the wall. Because it was so powerful. Your depiction of it too. I wanted to find out what she looks like. And what is his name again? Quanah.
Quanah. Quanah was the name.
This is
he
on
was
the cover
Tawana.
of the book.
Right. Because his mother was Cynthia Ann Parker, which was not, that didn't come out, and no one found out that until he was much older. So he was born Quanah as a Comanche. Later in the reservation period.
Oh yeah. No, nigga, I ain't muted. Y'all heard what he said, right? That came out later, so y'all do know what that mean, right? That nigga ain't even in the tribe. Nigga, you got a white mama, you can't be in that tribe. How is you the chief of that tribe? That's not how the tribes go. The fuck is y'all doing? Hey, I'm just keeping it a buck. Ain't this how it go? Somebody put some bows and arrows in the chat, nigga, if I'm right.
Quanah was the name.
This is
he
on
was
the cover of the book.
Right. Because his mother was Cynthia Ann Parker, which was not, that didn't.
Too. I wanted to find out what she looks like. And what is his name again? Quanah.
Quanah was the name.
This is
he
on
was
the cover of the book.
They done just described a whole lily white ass goddamn Aryan. But that's not what you'll see in the pictures. We'll pull this bitch up later. But that's not what they gonna show in the picture. No blonde hair, blue eye. She blonde hair, blue eye. A motherfucking Aryan is what they trying to say. Motherfucking seed of a squatulator. You know, seed of a Swiss squatulator, goddamn me. But I digress.
The Comanches, and in fact, her kidnapping and his surrender at the very end. The Comanches, sort of bookend a 40-year war. We never fought a 40-year war against anybody except them. So I ran into this story, and I'm just a kid from Connecticut, and it just seemed like the most obvious book in the world. It was just the coolest history.
It's a crazy story, and I'd never heard of Cynthia Ann Parker before. Now We have her
On
on
your
the
wall.
We have a giant metal picture of her on the wall. Because it was so powerful. Your depiction of it too. I wanted to find out what she looks like. And what is his name again?
So Quanah,
Quanah
nigga.
was the name
this is
he
on
was
the
given.
cover of the book.
Right. Because his mother was Cynthia Ann Parker, which was not that didn't come out, and no one found out that until he was much older. So he was born. That didn't come out, and no one found out that
No, I gotta let y'all see this goofy motherfucker. He get all frazzling out and shit. I gotta let you see this body language so you know this nigga lying. Like, no, this nigga's lying. You gotta see it for yourself. Frazzle, razzle, dazzle looking ass.
because his mother was Cynthia Ann Parker, which was not that didn't come out, and no one found was the name he was given. So Quanah was his the name
this is
he
on
was
the
given.
cover of the book.
Right. Because his mother was Cynthia Ann Parker, which was not Quanah was his the name
this is
he
on
was
the
given.
cover of the book.
Right. Because his mother was Cynthia Ann Parker, which was not that didn't come out, and no one found. Right. Because his mother was Cynthia Ann Parker.
This motherfucker don't speak with his hands. All right, he chilling. They arms down, everything.
Parker, which
his motherfucking mind got down going frazzle dazzle, nigga, because he know this shit don't make sense. Oh, his mama a blonde hair, blue eyed lady. He don't have no right to nothing here, according to the Indian way of doing shit, right? Y'all know that, right? We gotta accept it for what it is.
Because his mother was Cynthia Ann Parker, which was not that didn't come out, and no one found out that until he was much older. So he was born Quanah as a Comanche. Later, in the reservation period, when people found out who he was, he identified as part until he was.
In the reservation period, when we got down motherfucking reneged on all our motherfucking agreements with y'all traitor ass niggas, because the police don't like snitches. Y'all didn't know that? Y'all didn't know that? Snitches? Traitors? Like, don't nobody respect traitors. Like, even the enemy don't respect traitors. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all, you know what I mean? Like, motherfuckers still look at you like you a fucking rat-ass traitor. Even after you tell, they be in the goddamn background like, look at this fucking snake-ass, bitch-ass fucking piece of shit.
Was much older. So he was born Quanah as a Comanche. Later, that didn't come Cynthia Ann Parker, which was not that didn't come out, and no one found out that come out, and no was not that didn't come out, and no one found out that until he was much older. So he was born Quanah as a that didn't come out, and didn't come out, and no one found didn't come out, and no one didn't come out, and no one found out that until he was much older. So he was born Quanah as a Comanche. Later, in the reservation period, when people found out who he was, he identified as part of the Parker family also.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Now, what's crazy to me is this Parker name is popping up every motherfucking where, bro. Everybody named Parker right then and then. Right then and then. What the fuck ever, nigga. You get it. Everybody named Parker, bro. Hold on. It's fucking me up. And the reason the name stuck with me, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm sure some niggas named Parker who ain't on the fuck shit, but what I'm saying is, at this time period, it's mad motherfuckers named Parker who's all on fuck shit simultaneously. What made it stick in my mind is Arthur C. Parker is a fucking snitch, rat-ass, motherfucking Native American-ass, Mongoloid-ass nigga who goddamn went and stole the secrets, you know what I'm saying? He wrote the motherfucking Freemason book. He got down with the motherfuckers who help perpetuate a narrative, a story. You know what I'm saying? What they call it? That his story, his narrative, nigga. You know what I'm saying? We just fucking did an etymology on that. If not, nigga, rewind it. Nigga, catch up. Where the fuck was I? Right here. What we just say? Fucking Parker. I got to say the shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm lit. I got to get it to you. The nigga Parker. Who else name was Parker? Who else name was Parker then, Water? It's a fucking Indian ass, this nigga in the motherfucking, what's this shit called? He one of the motherfucking Indian Bureau of Affairs ass niggas. And we gonna connect all the dots. Just remember that name. That's why I got to turn up. See, I'll remember. Parker.
So he as a famous Comanche war chief, and he was one of the most famous and feared. He was Quanah.
It's such a crazy story that they killed so many people, but occasionally.
And he was one of the most famous and feared. He was Quanah.
It's such a crazy story that they killed so many people, but occasionally they would keep people, and that they killed so many people, but occasionally that they killed so many people, but occasionally they would keep people and bring them into the tribe. That they killed so many people, but that they killed so many people, but occasionally they would keep people and bring them into the tribe.
Right. So there were rules of the frontier at the time, and we were talking about how savage it was, and the rules of at least of the Plains Indians, of which.
You see him try to put the little program in there? We're talking about how savage it was. That's our job. This the narrative. We're talking about how savage it was. Don't forget why we got down what we said at the motherfucking meeting with our motherfucking bitch-ass aprons on and shit. Nigga, go cook some goddamn cheese eggs or something. It's Saturday morning, bitch-ass nigga.
Of at least of the Plains Indians, of which Comanches were one, that if you were captured as an adult, at least of the Plains. So there were rules of the frontier at the time, and we were talking about how savage it was, and the rules of at least of the Plains Indians, of which Comanches were one.
Into the tribe.
Right.
Bring them into the tribe. Originally, they would keep people, so many people, that they killed so many people, but that they killed so many people, but occasionally they would keep people and bring them into the tribe.
Right. So there were rules of the frontier at the time.
So apparently this is the motherfucking tribe who done got away with killing mad motherfucking Indians. They done killed more Indians than any other motherfucker goddamn on the planet Earth. They don't have no reservation. I think they got one reservation. No, they got private allotments of land. All right? So I'm gonna let you know some other shit, and I know I'm right, nigga, so you could go look it up. And if they one of them, they know what it is too. They know the white boy goddamn own they Tawana motherfucking raggedy ass piece of shit ass house, and he won't sell it to him. They offered him a M, and goddamn he said nah, he ain't taking it. He a fucking squatcher later. But they sucking all this Comanche dick, nigga. I'm gonna show you why.
And we were talking about how savage it was, and the rules of at least of the Plains Indians. Right. So there were rules of the frontier at the time, and we were talking about how savage it was, and the rules of at least of the Plains Indians, of which Comanches were one, that if you were captured as an adult male, you were killed, tortured to death, either quickly or slowly, depending on how much time they had. You were killed, tortured to death, either quickly or slowly, depending on how much time they had. You were killed, tortured, captured as an adult male, you were killed. That if you were captured as an adult male, you were killed, tortured to death. That if you were captured as an adult male, you were killed, tortured. That if you were captured as an adult male.
I gotta rewind it because y'all be missing shit. The human eye and the mind and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Niggas be missing shit. Bro, these motherfuckers, you can see through them, bro. You can see through them. We're going to get to the primary sources. Don't worry about it, nigga. Let's stay with me.
Male, you were killed, tortured to death, either quickly or slowly, of which Comanches were one. Plains Indians, of which Comanches were one. Of the Plains Indians, of which Comanches were one. At least of the Plains Indians, of which Comanches were one. That if you were captured as an adult male, you were killed, tortured to death, either quickly or slowly, depending on how much time they had. If you were a baby, you were killed. They couldn't deal with the baby. If you were a baby, you were killed. They couldn't deal with the baby. If you were a baby, you were killed.
Now y'all see why I'm talking, how I'm talking. Fuck them, fuck they mamas, fuck they chiefs, fuck them. Who killing Indian babies? Fuck y'all. Eat a dick. Fuck you. Die. Burn in hell. Eat shit. Fuck your tribe.
They couldn't deal with the baby. They were tortured to death, either killed, captured as an adult male.
Now, I want y'all to pay attention. Y'all gonna see, I done already did the research, so I know it's fuck them for life. I know it's goddamn Comanche killer, nigga. I need to be like goddamn the nigga Crip Matt. I'm gonna get Comanche K on my motherfucking forehead. Tribe. Once y'all, by the end of this, niggas gonna be wanting to get Comanche K tatted on them. But don't. But you gonna want to. Bitch ass, fuck your tribe, nigga. Ain't even no tribe. That's what I'm about to show y'all. I'm gonna give y'all some new niggas to be mad at so y'all can stop being mad at each other. I'm gonna show you who to be mad at. So you can stop arguing amongst your fucking selves. Or stop wasting your motherfucking arrows shooting at these bitch ass niggas who look like you that's just bitch ass niggas. We ain't got time for that. I'm gonna show you who to shoot them fucking arrows at. Tribe.
You were killed, tortured to death, either quickly or slowly, depending on how much time they had. If you were a baby, you were killed. They couldn't deal with the baby. They were no. If you were.
No, it don't make sense, do it. He can't, his brain can't even process it without him.
Were a baby, you were killed. They couldn't deal with the baby. They were nomads and they were on their horse and they were probably escaping from whatever raid they had just done. They couldn't deal with babies.
You done did all this research, but now you talking about some probably shit. They was oh, so you caping. You want to suck some more? We done seen you suck dick goddamn 4 minutes straight. Pause. Still caping. I'm going to show you why. Pay attention.
A teenage girl or a young woman were on their horse and they were killed. Adult male, Plains Indians, of which Comanches were, and the rules of the, at least of the Plains Indians, of which and the rules of the, at least of the Plains Indians, of which and the rules of the, at least of the Plains Indians, of which Comanches were, and the rules of the, at least of the Plains Indians, of which Comanches were one, that if you were captured as an adult male, you were killed, tortured to death, either quickly or slowly, depending on how much time they had. If you were a baby, you were killed. They couldn't deal with the baby. They were nomads and they were on their horse and they were probably escaping from whatever raid they had just done. They couldn't deal with babies. A teenage girl or a young woman would possibly be killed, but likely turned into a sort of teenage girl. Deal with babies. A teenage girl or a young woman would possibly be killed, but likely a young woman would possibly be a girl or a young woman would possibly be killed, but likely turned into a sort of a slave. The ones who had a chance of being adopted into the tribe were the, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds, because Comanches had trouble keeping their numbers up. The ones who had a chance of being adopted into the tribe were the, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds. Into the tribe were the, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds. Into the tribe were the, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds, because Comanches had trouble keeping their numbers up, and so they instinctively they would take these captives, and not just from, white people, from the Apaches and the Utes and the Navajos and whoever they might take them from. And so what was interesting about the frontier, though, is that those rules apply.
So now we have a tribe. Now we have a tribe. For 40 years, they killing Indians and they kidnapping little white girls and putting them in the tribe. Pay attention. They kidnapping little white girls and putting them in the tribe, bro. Whose tradition is that? Let me get my mic right. Let me get some bows and arrows in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear. I'm getting too geeked up. I'm about to expose some shit. Bro, y'all ain't hearing this shit. And look, like my nigga was just in the chat like, man, I don't like Joe Rogan. Nigga, me neither. That's why I want to see what the fuck he over there doing. Because he's in this media shit. You know what I'm saying? They promoting this shit. So what the fuck is he telling these kids? What the fuck is he telling the Indians, nigga? They goddamn broadcast and lied to the fucking tribes, nigga. So that's what the fuck I'm here for. That's why I'm on here. Nigga, me too then. Fuck you mean, nigga? Hey, bro, watch. I'm gonna be like an old man, nigga, in the future. I'm gonna be all in the goddamn metaverse, nigga. You know what I'm saying? On some whole other shit, dog. They gonna be like, damn, this nigga Hawk still didn't think 80 years old on this motherfucker. Yeah, nigga. Man, fuck these Comanche ass niggas. Y'all can eat a dick, bro. Bro, listen to this shit. Now, but I'm gonna show you some more shit. You know what I'm saying? So motherfucker ain't like all these pale faces. Cake, nigga. You gonna look stupid by the end of the motherfucking stream.
They were on their horse and they were probably escaping from whatever were killed. That if you were captured as an adult male, you were killed, tortured to death, either quickly or slowly, depending on how much time they had. If you were...
I want you to also bear in mind that every savage fucking thing that a motherfucker got to write about an Indian come from these niggas right here. Everything devilish and wicked come from this tribe. Stay with me.
For a baby, you were killed. They couldn't deal. You were captured as an adult male. You were killed, tortured to death, either quickly or slowly, depending on how much time they had. If you were a baby, you were killed. They couldn't deal with the baby. They were nomads and they were on their horse and they were probably escaping from whatever raid they had just done. They couldn't deal with babies. A teenage girl or a young woman would possibly be killed, but likely turned into a sort of a slave. The ones who had a chance of being adopted into the tribe were the, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds. Because Comanches had trouble keeping their numbers up, and so they instinctively they would take these captives.
They had trouble keeping their numbers up. How the fuck you having trouble keeping your numbers up and y'all ruling the motherfucking plains and killing everybody? Oh, so you got a reproducing problem. Okay.
And not just from, white people, because Comanches had trouble keeping their numbers up, and so they instinctively
How the fuck do the niggas who's killing everybody else, kids and motherfucking husbands, have a problem keeping their numbers up?
They would take these captives, and not just from, white people, from the Apaches and the Utes and the Navajos and whoever they might take them from. And so what was interesting about the frontier, though, is that those rules applied. Forget about white people arriving in the early 18th century for the moment. Here, though, is that.
Nah, motherfucker, we ain't gonna forget shit. Y'all don't pay attention. We're talking about how savage these Indians is right now. Let's just forget about motherfucker. We ain't forgetting about shit. We forgot about 9/11 though.
Take them from. And so what was interesting about the frontier, though, is that those rules applied. Forget about white people arriving in the early 18th century for the moment. Those rules had applied. Forget about white people arriving in the early 18th century. forget about white people arriving. So long, forget about white people arriving in the early 18th century for the moment. Those rules had applied to Indian tribes since forever. You know, that was the assumption of a raid. They all had, it was almost like the gold had applied to Indian tribes since forever. Had applied to Indian tribes since.
No, the fuck it didn't apply to no fucking Indian tribes forever to kill no fucking babies, nigga, and fucking rape motherfuckers and take 8 and 9-year-old white bitches into the tribe. What the fuck? Hey, bro, look, nigga, we getting so woke that these motherfuckers, I be looking at the dates on shit, like 11 months ago and a year ago, motherfucker trying to put these narratives out like, oh, fuck, these niggas getting woke. No, nigga, I been woke. Fuck is you talking about? I was just studying this old dumbass, African-ass, black-ass shit. Hebrew shit, Islam. All praise due to the Most High. I love all the shit that got to do with God. I ain't even gonna cap. But all that old black ass shit, that shit was a complete waste of fucking time, bro. But now listen.
What was interesting about the frontier, though, is that those rules applied. So long, but forget.
Fuck, man. I didn't mute myself, bro. I just looked up and seen that motherfucker's muted. Bro, they be fuck. Let me make sure my settings is. Bro, they be. Yeah, they got me fucked up. I said these pale-faced motherfuckers. Bro, look, they got treaties with the other niggas on the plains. The other tribes already sucking the government dick, so they ain't the ones doing this shit. And no nigga, ain't no other motherfucking Indians doing this shit. Ain't no nigga, Indians don't have a problem getting their numbers up. Nigga, I could get my numbers up, nigga, at my house by myself, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? Just me, nigga. I could get our numbers up. Fuck is you talking about, nigga? That's not an Indian problem. That's why I say these motherfuckers be trying to paint these pictures, but y'all don't know niggas. Y'all don't know Indians. Y'all don't know Aboriginals. Y'all don't know us. You don't know us. That's how I be catching them, bro, because I know once I expose certain shit they be saying and doing, niggas will see through it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to say niggas for lack of better terms, because no matter what, all y'all niggas know what that is. I ain't got to argue with y'all about that, motherfucker. And if you want to say I do, let a pale-faced motherfucker call you that then, nigga. I bet you know what time it is. So, nigga, you find out something, every motherfucker don't know what it is. Shit don't apply to none but us, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? I digress.
Keeping their numbers up, and so they instinctively, the ones who had a chance of being adopted into the tribe were the 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds, because Comanches had trouble keeping their numbers up, and so they instinctively they would take these captives, and not just from white people, from the Apaches and the Utes and the Navajos and whoever they might take them from. And so what was interesting about the frontier, though, is that those rules applied. So long, but forget about white people arriving in. Is that those rules applied? So long, but forget. So long. So long. So long, forget about white people arriving in the early 18th century for the moment. Those rules had applied to Indian tribes since forever. You know, that was the assumption of a raid. They all had, it was almost like the golden rule in reverse, or the golden rule, do unto others. They all expected that kind of treatment. None of them were shocked when a baby was killed or a pregnant woman was killed. It took the kind of the Anglo-European civilization of, Newton and Leibniz and the biblical tradition to arrive on the Texas frontier in 1830 and be shocked at what they saw. Very interesting, very savage, very brutal. It was a culture of raiding, essentially.
And this is the Comanche culture in particular, or
the Comanches,
Native Americans in general?
Native Americans in general, Plains Indians in general. So Plains Indians, we could kind of start, you would know the names of a lot of them, Arapaho and Cheyenne and Sioux, and these were people who operated out in the great wide open. They were all masters of the horse. What made the Comanche special was that they became the preeminent horse tribe. People forget that there weren't any horses in the continent until the Spanish brought them in the 16th century, and so the tribes that got the horse and mastered the horse basically altered the entire balance of power on the plains. And the tribe that got the horse better than anybody else in terms of breaking and breeding and saddling and riding and stealing and hunting on the back of and fighting with were the Comanches, and nobody was their peer. And so this was not just a plains tribe, it was the preeminent power on the southern plains.
For centuries, smart investors have used farmland to build wealth. Unfortunately, owning farmland has required large amounts of capital, knowledge of agriculture, and the ability to manage a farm. There hasn't been a transparent, easy way to invest, until now. With AcreTrader, investors can now buy shares of farmland in just minutes online. AcreTrader...
My bad, man. I had to... I had to go get some coffee, dog. All right. Shit, man.
There was only one place on the north.
But I was listening, and I'm getting sick of this pink motherfucker. He almost done. But I want y'all to hear it because this is very important. I hope I'm not echoing. Let's take a break from his white ass for a minute. Pause. So where are we? Comanches. Here, let's go to a book so they think we ain't just no motherfucking TV watching ass niggas. Let's see what we got today. That might be a little too early for that part. Let's go with something surface. I like to, start with the like articles and shit. So, niggas will get in the chat talking shit, thinking they know like they know who they talking to or something. And then we just fuck them up like, fuck. Where the fuck that nigga get that information from? In a book, motherfucker. Fuck you talking about, nigga? Fuck is you talking about?
Giving you more what you hoping for. You ain't hoping in the Lord, huh? You hoping in vain, material, superficial shit. That's why you can't see me, house niggas.
It echoed.
Whatever, then I'm wrong. You got me now. You got me now. Oh, you figured me out. You fucking nincompoop fucking poop.
I actually thought I was gonna have to show the video we had from the other from the last live with the torture methods, but shit, this nigga done told everything. You know what I'm saying? How they was goddamn they killing everybody and keeping the goddamn 8-year-old and 9-year-old goddamn white girls. All right. So that's what the Comanches was doing, right? That's what they said, my nigga. All right, that's what the white people say, right? Don't worry, I'm gonna get to what them niggas doing right now today. Don't trip. I hope it's one of the motherfuckers in the chat. So you got these motherfuckers. Oh, this shit crazy. Let's see what we should go to next. I low-key had to go get me another motherfucker. Here, yeah, let's go to this. Let's go to this. Let's see what he got. Let's see what he got to say. I think I actually got this on an old video.
Distinguished Service Professor. As a history professor, Distinguished Service Professor Emeritus at the University of Buffalo for the past 37 years. Buffalo, Professor Emeritus at Distinguished Service Professor Emeritus at the University of Buffalo for the past 37 years. Learned a lot in my profession as a historian, and some very interesting discussions, particularly the discussion about scalping, which is very often related to Native people. And some of the things that came across the Atlantic Ocean when our brothers first came here, besides Christianity, the idea of money, that was interesting.
Look at that dope fiend ass Pilgrim. Look, them niggas just thirsty. Thirsty dope fiend ass niggas. Look how they portraying it. So that's how they see it. Cause understand that's what art is. I'm an artist, my nigga. That's an artist, that's his perception. That's his, you know what I'm saying? That's how they see it, my nigga. This is what they look. They thought they was at the strip club. Look, nigga this nigga got a motherfucking ego over here. Look, they just chilling, goddamn. Titties out, goddamn, nigga big smoking. These niggas in some motherfucking tights and shit. Look how they looking.
That was interesting. And some of the customs that were taking place in Europe at the time. They brought witchcraft. Were taking place in Europe at the time. Some of the customs that were taking place in Europe at the time. They brought witchcraft, which was a really going concern in Europe, and which was a really going concern in Europe. They brought witchcraft.
This nigga say amaretto, goddamn amaretto sour. This nigga goddamn got a PhD and some amaretto sour, nigga. 37 years. Fuck niggas. So, unless y'all don't like motherfucking education, ain't no goddamn, don't nobody know shit. 37 years. Pay attention. All this shit gonna go together. And we finna be out this bitch ASAP. Watch this.
7 years. Emeritus at the University of Buffalo. Service Professor Emeritus at the University of Buffalo.
Professor, nigga, amaretto sour, nigga. Fuck you talking about? Are you gonna say he don't know what he talking about?
Distinguished Service Professor Emeritus at the University of Buffalo for the past 37 years. Learned a lot in my profession as a historian, and some very interesting discussions, particularly the discussion about scalping, which is very often related to Native people. And some of the things that came across the Atlantic Ocean when our brothers first came here, besides Christianity.
When who the fuck just came? Who came here, nigga? He a Freemason. It's okay. Let him talk. Who brothers? Niggas be talking they slang. See, y'all don't know that. Y'all don't know what it mean when a nigga say brazy instead of crazy. Y'all be missing it. Like, what? Huh? That's how they do. What they gang. If you don't know the goddamn, yeah, all right. Hawking.
It's Christianity. The idea, besides Christianity, others first came across the Atlantic Ocean when our brothers first came here. The Atlantic Ocean when our brothers first came here. Came across the Atlantic Ocean when our brothers first came here. The people. And some of the things that came across the Atlantic Ocean when our brothers first came here, besides Christianity, the idea of money, that was interesting. And some of the customs that money, the idea of money, the idea of money, that was interesting. And some of the customs that were taking place in Europe at the time. They brought witchcraft, which was a really going concern in Europe. And the process of bounty hunting. And so in the very early 1600s and 1500s, there was a bounty on Indian men, Indian women, and even children. And varieties of cost, some very expensive, $250 or 250 pounds rather, for a male head, and half of that for a woman's head, and half of that for a child's head. Some very expensive.
Now, it's very expensive. You know why it's expensive, right? Because you ain't just taking niggas' heads off. Y'all know why something expensive, because you can't fucking get it, right? Nigga, Gucci shoes expensive, nigga, because everybody ain't got them. Everybody can't go get them. So you got to pay attention to this shit. Some very expensive. Yeah, nigga. Come on.
Varieties of cost, some very expensive. $250 or 250 pounds rather.
All right, I don't know nothing about pounds and dollars and none of that shit, but I do know that we just read that them pilgrim motherfuckers was begging another motherfucker for $10 to take with them to come over here and be a slave on the plantation. We got primary sources of that. 1584 Discourse of fucking Virginia, whatever the fuck. You smart ass niggas know what it is, but now we do too, looking ass. So these motherfuckers ain't got $10. 10 pounds, nigga. So I don't know what that equate to, but I bet 250 pounds is hell of a lot more than 10, nigga. Poor squatulating motherfuckers did borrowing 10 pounds. Oh, we'll give you 250 pounds if you got down. You could go be a slave on the plantation. Oh, excuse me, indentured servant on the plantation, or you could got down. Go try to fuck with one of them niggas. You kill one of them niggas, we give you 250. Good luck, motherfuckers.
And even children. And varieties of cost. Some very expensive. $250 or 250 pounds rather, for a male head, and half of that for a woman's head, and half of that for a child's head. Was some of the customs of warfare in Europe. And that process found its way over here, pretty messy, bringing warfare in Europe. some of the customs of warfare in Europe.
Slow it down. See where it's popping up at. Oh, okay. Let's see.
That process found its way over here. Pretty messy. Bringing your heads in for a count. And so somebody walking in with a bag of heads said it's got to be a better way. Well, let's try ears. Let's try pairs of ears. Rather than bringing a whole head, bring pairs of ears. And they'll count for one. And enterprising as our brother is, it didn't take very long for him to learn how to make two pairs out of one. And so, well, that wasn't going to work. So finally they decided on that little curl in the back of every person's head. There's only one. And bring that. So it was the beginning of scalping for some. Now, this is early on. It's hundreds of years back. 15th century, 14th. And it was during those times that these things developed. And our people, the Haudenosaunee, this is our homeland, eastern part of...
So this shit developed 1500s, 1600s. We'll even say 1700s. We're going to find that book too. I'll find it later.
The Turtle Island that they now call the United States. And so we call the United States. The Turtle Island that they now call the United States. Eastern part of the Turtle Island that they now call the United States. And so we met our brother early, very early. And we dealt with these innovations, and it turned into, at times, we met our brother early. And so we met our brother early. And so we met our brother early, very early. And we dealt with these innovations, and it turned into, at times, open warfare. And so you will see a lot of depictions of this Eastern native man with his head shaved and with a scalp lock. And that was our people. That was our people. Scalp lock man of this, a lot of depictions of this Eastern native man with his head shaved.
Pay attention.
And with a scalp lock. And that was our people during the times when there was a lot of fighting in this 17th, 16th century here, eastern part, Turtle Island. And so that scalp lock was a challenge. If you want it, come and get it. And so it became quite common for our men to...
I ain't even gonna make y'all keep looking at that pointy nose motherfucking depiction. You know, it's what is it? Is it Saturday? Yeah, or is it Sunday? Okay, it's Saturday. So yeah, we chilling, you know what I'm saying? Ain't gonna be, you know, I'm gonna just piece it together, that's all. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just help you watch the right shit in the right order, catch the right motherfucker saying the wrong shit at the right time. Let's go to... So, okay, we already know that. And what's crazy, I've been watching like all these videos, it's mad videos they got on here. And like it's so old, like on some old movie shit that I be like, you catch these motherfuckers being stupid as motherfucker, like just straight getting caught. Hold on, where is that? And they trying to make it like it's some Indian shit, but it really ain't. You know what I mean? And watch how I put this shit together, dog. And you gonna understand why they not mentioning niggas, bro. You gonna find out a lot, bro. Just stay with me. You know what I'm saying? Just stay with me, dog. Fuck what these niggas talking about, man. They ain't talking about shit. So, just on the the whole reason that I even came with the, you know what I'm saying, the white Comanche. Like this shit ain't out my head, dog. Like y'all probably be looking at shit like, man, this nigga, what the fuck he talking about, man? This nigga crazy. Bro, look. Hold on, let me show you. This shit ain't, what the fuck you mean, bro? Let me mute this shit before they give me a goddamn strike. I knew they was gonna come with that old goofy ass commercial shit. What y'all mean, dog? Look. Hold on, nigga. It's probably some old nigga in this motherfucker. You know, hold on, you know about this? Y'all ain't know goddamn William Shatner was in the white Comanche. Y'all know I ain't trying to get no copyright strike. Hold on, let me see if I can turn the captions on. Fuck y'all mean, dog? Y'all didn't know? Y'all didn't know what was going on? Hold on, man. I'm doing too much. Watch. Niggas start always making some shit up. Hold on. It's all gonna come together. Let's see what else we got. We just gotta do it, you know, everything in the proper order. Oh yeah. So they brought over Christianity, scalp lock, witchcraft. What else? Oh, is this the movie clip? Put some bows and arrows in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear, man. Please share the stream. You know, we just over here big hawking. We just, it's Saturday, goddamn. And we checking out William Shatner, goddamn me. Goddamn white Comanche. You can't hear it because you didn't put no bows and arrows in the chat. Because you didn't share it because you didn't hit like. That's why you couldn't hear it.
No Tuz, neither Comanche nor white. He's only death. No Tuz, neither Comanche nor white. He's only death. Comanche nor white. He's only death. He's only death. He's only death.
It is because of your coming.
Tuz, neither Comanche nor white. He's only death.
It is because of your coming that brother stands against his brother.
No. No to us, neither Comanche nor white. He's only death.
It is because of...
He's only death.
Hey, man, y'all got to pay attention, dog. Shit, man. Especially when I be watching this shit twice. Bro, they just be... Why they be calling niggas stupid, bro? Pay attention. Nigga, you didn't even put some bows and arrows in the motherfucking chat, my nigga, because you ain't never heard of goddamn motherfucking white Comanche, nigga. What, nigga, the fuck is going on out here? Where did you get this story from? Because you know they don't make shit up. You know they ain't created like that. Listen, nigga, I got to talk in between it, hope so I don't get no strike, nigga. Check it out.
No to us, neither Comanche nor white. He's only death.
He's only what?
It is because of your coming that brother stands against his brother.
No. It's because the snake doesn't change his skin. He's blind to the truth that the day of the warpath has ended. He knows only to murder, change his skin. It's because the snake doesn't change his skin. He's blind. It's because the snake doesn't change his skin. He's blind to the truth.
Huh, bro?
That the day of the warpath has ended.
Huh, bro?
He knows only to murder and steal. And everywhere I go, he follows with his thieving. No to us, neither Comanche nor white. He's only death. He's only death.
It is because of your coming that brother stands against his brother.
No. It's because the snake doesn't change his skin. Until I cannot live in peace without being mistaken for the sheep. Until I cannot live in peace without being mistaken for the snake who is the white Comanche. Without being mistaken for the snake who is the white Comanche. You won't change. There's no other way between us.
No!
Brother. Go ahead, brother.
What the fuck is we watching, bro? This William Shatner, nigga. Y'all didn't know this movie was going on? Fuck you mean? How we don't know about this, bro? Y'all niggas don't know about this. I don't see no bows and arrows in the chat, man. I don't know what the fuck going on, man. What the fuck is we watching, bro? I'll tell you what we watching. The white Comanche. Stay with me, though. I ain't gonna waste your time.
Giving you more of what you hoping for. You ain't hoping in the Lord, huh? You hoping in vain, material, superficial shit. That's why you can't see me, house niggas.
Now, he about to say something key right here. It has nothing to do with this fucking movie, bro. Listen. They be talking in code and shit.
A woman has done your work for you. Next has done your work. Brother. Brother. Go ahead. Brother. A woman has done your work for you. Go ahead. Brother. A woman has done your work for you. Next time, don't eat the peyote.
He told this nigga stay off the fucking drugs. We ain't gonna watch no more of that shit. Fair use. This is a class that we are teaching. Oh my fucking God, bro. I digress. I ain't even mean to go right there. It's just in the goddamn list. This shit crazy, bro. So let's see what we got so far. What do we have so far, guys? We got the Comanches killing everything, kidnapping white bitches. being celebrated. Let's see what else we got. This nigga, what's his name? What's the nigga we was just watching name? Hulk Hogan. This nigga, goddamn, nigga, I know what I said. Hulk Hogan, nigga. Fuck you talking about? Hulk Hogan, goddamn me. Talking about they got a picture of this nigga mama hanging on the motherfucking wall. Motherfucking Tawana. Oh, and we learned white people brought witchcraft. Goddamn, what else? Oh, yeah, we know by now. Let's see what else is going on. Let's look around a little more, see what else is going on. Hey, man, I be finding some crazy shit. I should show these motherfucking squatchulators. Here. Yeah, I think I will let's just take a little motherfucking a break. Goddamn, shout out to all the tribes. Hold on. Look at this nigga, man. Put your goddamn shirt on. Nigga, what the fuck this nigga doing, man? No, it don't, bitch. Come on, man, with all that, man. That's not they be trying to have a long non-skippable commercials and shit. No, let's get to these squatchulators. Y'all, I know y'all seen this, man. So you got to put it all together. Let's see what's going on. This is West Virginia, right? All right, let's see what's popping in West Virginia.
Up in this house?
Money for the team.
Recently, right?
Yeah.
You guys fixed up the roof of your house.
Yeah.
Hi, Ray. Hi, Ray. Hi, Ray. All right, so. All right, so Betty.
Yeah.
Betty, last year, after we did that video shoot, the GoFundMe campaign we did for you guys.
Yeah.
Generated like almost. Yeah, you and Freddie were.
Hey, May.
Lorraine had a heart attack. You'll wake up in the morning and do what? Make breakfast?
Yeah, I get people make breakfast. Yeah, now I thought I'll go look at her for a while.
Yeah, you don't want to lose anybody. You guys are a tight little family.
Yeah.
Some shit I ain't even got to comment on. And if y'all out there like, oh, that's wrong, bro, shut the fuck up. Motherfucking squatchulators. I digress. So, I might have to go to my history to find this other shit. All right, so where we at? Boom, boom. Oh, the Rocky Mountains. Yeah, let's go. Let's see. We probably need a little more history for these history buffs to put it all together in one video. But like I said, we're not going to make it too long. Shout out to everybody that's tuned in. Peace to the tribes.
White Comanche.
We ain't watching no more white Comanche shit, dog. Chill the fuck out. Sheesh. Let's go to... Let's see. Let's find out a little more about the Comanches. There go these dumbass commercials fucking up the goddamn groove. Let's see what we got here.
every Comanche burned.
This Freemason ass nigga so proud. Check it out. Oh, here they go with this dumbass music.
Vengeful warriors conjured the greatest raid in their history. Vengeful warriors conjured the greatest raid in their history. Vengeful warriors conjured the greatest raid in their history.
Conjured.
One that would strike deep into the areas of Texian settlement and show their range and dominance. Yet such an incursion required time to plan and organize, a venture made more difficult by the loss of prominent chiefs in San Antonio.
It's
By
1840.
August 1840.
It's 1840. I just want y'all to pay attention to the timeline, see where we at. 1840, okay, 1800s, mid-1800s, we all around here, okay.
The Pennateca had settled to plan and conjured the greatest raid in.
Now you got to pay attention. When motherfuckers think they smart talking, they ain't goddamn saying nothing for goddamn nothing. Nigga ain't put on a whole goddamn suit and got the goddamn flag and book and the goddamn, this nigga got a fresh lining. Nigga, fuck you talking about, nigga. He know what the fuck he's saying. They conjured up, nigga. Now pay attention. I'm trying to make it easy for you. I'm striving to make you just pay attention. That's all you got to do. And deal with me. You know what I'm saying? Besides that, goddamn, try it.
The council house outrage. Vengeful warriors conjured the greatest raid in their history. One that would strike deep into the areas of Texian settlement and show their range and dominance. Yet such an incursion required time to plan and organize, a venture made more difficult by the loss of prominent chiefs in San Antonio. By August 1840, the Pennateca had settled on Buffalo Hump to lead the foray. Phallic connotations infused his Numana name. Pocha Nakwarhip.
Who the fuck taught this man Comanche? I already peeped the nigga when he said the goddamn Indian boy name. Like this nigga, he ain't, you see how the other goddamn motherfucker clamping, he frazzled, this nigga short circuiting. Pay attention, bruh.
Connotations infused.
Why the fuck he know this language so good?
Pocha Nakwarhip. That most puritanical whites infused his Numana name. Foray. On Buffalo Hump, the Pennateca had settled on Buffalo Hump to lead the foray.
This motherfucker say this shit better than them Native American ass goddamn niggas from China and the motherfucker Eskimos and shit. Got tired of getting cold. Pay attention. Why the fuck do he know this shit this well? I digress.
Phallic connotations infused his Numana name. Pocha Nakwarhip. That most puritanical whites refused to decipher. Pocha Nakwarhip refused his Numana name. Pocha Nakwarhip. That most puritanical whites refused to decipher. The most accurate translation is erection that will not go down. Most accurate translation is erection that will not go down. That most puritanical Nakwarhip name. Phallic connotations connotations infused. Phallic connotations infused his Numana name. Pocha Nakwarhip, that most puritanical whites refused to decipher. The most accurate translation is erection that will not go down. He summoned other Comanche bands. By August, puritanical whites phallic connotations infused his Numana name. Pocha Nakwarhip, that most puritanical whites refused to decipher. The most accurate translation, Pocha Nakwarhip, that most puritanical whites refused to decipher. The most accurate translation is erection that will not go down. He summoned other Comanche bands. By August, between 400 and 500 warriors had gathered and were preparing to hurl a punitive attack south of Gonzales and eastward along the Guadalupe Valley. Since their women by August, between 400 and 500 warriors had gathered and were preparing to hurl a punitive attack south of Gonzales and eastward along the Guadalupe Valley. Since their women and children accompanied them, the band may have totaled 1,000 souls. That number included several Kiowa allies and Mexican agents who functioned as guides. By August 6th,
I know. It ain't gonna stop though. No, we ain't gonna put that up there. It ain't gonna stop. Hey, look, I be catching these motherfuckers, bro. I be having to watch 100 motherfucking videos though. He done got his motherfucking suit on to get caught in the motherfucking. Hey, I be catching him. Tell him. Okay, now we got this motherfucker writing books talking about oh, these niggas don't have no numbers, right? Okay.
And children accompanied them. The band had settled on Buffalo Hump to lead the foray.
Okay.
Phallic connotations infused his Numana name. Pocha Nakwarhip, that most puritanical whites refused to decipher. The most.
He say most puritanical whites. Not like him. Because he know the language. He know the language better than them Native American niggas who live in them goddamn yurts. Yeah, I can take a little break to talk some shit. Because now that's how I be bringing certain elements into the bill is by talking shit. I'm talking about them niggas who live in yurts. You're like, yurts? What the fuck is this nigga talking about? I know, nigga. That's why I said it. Let me show you some shit, bro. Because I was looking at these nigga old wigwam-ass houses, and I'm not understanding, bro. Oh. Here we go. Before we even go to that, to these motherfucking yurts these niggas be living in, let's go to this. It's going to tie in. Oh, man. Most sides, great. Because these niggas living in teepees, right? They living in teepees, right? So this right here, and that's why I say one thing connects to the other thing, right? Because I'm noticing all this shit, and I'm looking, and I'm seeing that goddamn the witch's house. All right, so look, this is in Salem, Massachusetts, right? It's all connecting with the last bill, right? This in Salem's, Massachusetts. But what fucked me up is it says, take a tour of a Salem witch house, 1600 era's house of Jonathan Corwin. This nigga had a house in Massachusetts, and you goofy ass niggas was up there living in teepees. You a bitch. This was boring as fuck. Ain't even no sound or shit. It's just like some weird ass motherfucking paleface that's going to see this shit probably because he like witches. And, you know, niggas can't get out the house. So here you go, nigga. Go to motherfucking Salem, Massachusetts, where we was just telling you these slaves was at, bringing witchcraft and shit over here. They settled up here in Salem, bro. Actually had a nigga they call, you know what I'm saying, King Salem, if I recall correctly. But here's 1600 era house. Now these motherfuckers who ain't got $10, they was borrowing $10 to come work on the plantation by the goddamn hundreds, nigga, on one load of, what you had, like 130 of them motherfuckers you said on one ship? Niggas was throwing up, goddamn. I be having to rewatch the shit just so I can memorize it, you know what I'm saying? Through the repetition. But the goddamn clamp is throwing up on the goddamn ship, throwing they motherfucking babies off the side because they fucking crippled and shit. Fuck them. Bro. All right, so now, boom. All right, 1600. This all go together? Yeah. Salem, Massachusetts. So the witch got a house and you bitch ass niggas is in tents, my nigga, on your own land? Goddamn working with the government? Oh, man, y'all hoes. Y'all hoes, bro. Y'all niggas some hoes, straight up. All the whole tribe said it. It wasn't me, bro. The ancestors said it. Yeah, that's what y'all like to be on, right? Wasn't me. The ancestors, nigga. So I'm gonna start doing like y'all. It was the ancestors. Hey man, I can mute that shit and just talk shit over this. Boom, boom, boom. I got some tradish on the. Here man, hold on. I'm just tripping off the fact that these motherfuckers had a house down the street from these niggas who living in teepees. Talk about they chiefs and shit. Y'all niggas some bitch ass niggas, bro. I don't know what the fuck you talking about, nigga. Goddamn, y'all live in tents, my nigga? Cause this is goddamn pale faces down the street, goddamn doing it, nigga. And they on the witchcraft shit. Hold on, they got the recipe for witch cake down the street from these bitch ass nigga house. Ain't nobody said shit. Down here fucking with the aboriginals and these hoe ass niggas goddamn me doing all this goddamn dancing in the video and goddamn a well-documented case of an act of counter magic being performed happened on February 25th, 1692. Mary Sibley, a member of Paris congregation, instructed Tituba and John Indian, Tituba's husband, to bake a witch cake. This was done in an effort to find the identity of the witch afflicting Reverend Paris's daughter and niece. The afflicted girl's urine was to be mixed with rye flour and fed to a dog. Hold on. I can't be goddamn showing these niggas the recipe. These are some bitch ass niggas out here on goddamn YouTube. I'm about to throw up, nigga, because I was like, damn, I'm about to. Nigga, go to goddamn Salem if you want to. Hey, but now, so what it is they up here and they forcing her to teach them how to do this shit. You know what I'm saying? How to do the dark motherfucker shit. Tituba. Y'all don't know who that is? Oh, hold on. All right, hold on. Let's look at a little more of the cause somebody probably do. So let's just look at a little more of the house. Oh, cause y'all thought I didn't know who that was? Oh, y'all thought I was just reading shit. Oh, okay. Look, nigga, you can hear the step. It's real to the motherfucker. Well, he all in that shit. You know, he into that kind of shit. Hey, I low-key was just watching the shit with the medicine man, nigga. Which one was I watching? Oh, yeah. I was watching the niggas. They like some black magic motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? I don't even want to be saying these words and none of that shit. Bro, I be having to study some shit, boy, to goddamn find out what's going on to be goddamn creeping me out, bro, and he gonna trip. Only thing is, I know I'm immortal, I know motherfucker can't do shit. Trap. All right, but look, but these niggas all on they nuts, you know what I'm saying? They all in the house, goddamn, creeping up the steps, trying to see what's going on. And you see what they got in there, nigga. As soon as you pull up, you get the free recipe for witch cat. As soon as you pull up, nigga. They got the whole recipe, boy. I damn near almost, boy. We gave it to some niggas who serious about it, but they can have it. Hold on. Let's slow it down. Slow down, Stuart. Oh no, I can't be promoting that. Hey, look, and that's why motherfuckers, they be like, pull up. I bet he won't pull up. We'll show you. So you mean tell me all this goddamn... I'm about to throw up, bro. Let me get out of here, dog. Oh, man, I'm about to throw up.
Giving you more of what you hoping for. You ain't hoping in the Lord, huh? You hoping in vain, material, superficial shit. That's why you can't see me, house niggas. Tom, next caller. You don't like it? Kiss my ass, you don't like it. It's my house. I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts. Bitch, I'm flowing straight from the survival scroll. Cut that bitch off. Next caller.
I digress. All right, so now we know motherfuckers live in the house of 1600s in motherfucking Salem, Massachusetts. All right. Because that's the what? That's, that's... Okay, y'all know where that is. All right. Let's see what we got to go with that. That's 1600s, right? I don't think I'm gonna do that. We'll say the primary sources for last. You know, like we said, it's Saturday. We just chilling. You know, just checking out some. You know what I'm saying? Some shit on YouTube. That's all. Peace to the tribes, man. Peace to everybody that's tuned in. I appreciate you. I respect the shit out that about you. You know what I'm saying? Even taking your time out to goddamn pay attention to me. And let's see what this about.
A lot of people think, well, they ain't no did anything, just decorated all the elements. Wasn't back then. They brought a lot of their traditions with them. Over to this country, they had a lot of, it's more of a trend now. Look at these barns. Now, when I growed up, these barns were just barns. I never seen none of these hex symbols put on barns. It's more of a trend nowadays. These barns were just barns. I never seen none of these hex symbols. Look, a lot of people think, well, there ain't nobody believes in that crap. Well, yes, they do. The elders did, and they still do to this day. Nobody believes in that crap. Well, yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. The elders, there ain't nobody believes in that crap. Well, yes, they do. The elders did, and they still do to this day. Look at these barns. Now, when I growed up, that nobody believes in that crap. Well, yes, they do. The elders did, and they still do to this day. There ain't nobody believes in that crap, and they still do to this day. And they still do to this day. Did, and they still do to this day. Look at these barns. Now, when I growed up, these barns were just barns. I never seen none of these hex symbols put on barns. It's more.
That's because when he growed up, motherfucking witches wasn't out the closet. But you know, it's goddamn, everybody can say whatever the fuck they want. Goddamn, motherfucker, you don't know if it's a boy, girl, burl, or what the fuck, you know what I'm saying? Like, you do whatever the fuck come to your mind, goddamn. Is you here listening to what this hillbilly motherfucker who lived right up there is saying? If you want, you can go to the nigga channel. You see what the name of the video is. You can look it up. This nigga lived there. And he old as shit. Talking about the elders. Pay attention.
So, let's get started. Now, a lot of people think, well, there ain't nobody believes in that crap. Well, yes, they do. The elders did, and they still do to this day. Look at these barns. Now, when I growed up, these barns were just barns. I never seen none of these hex symbols put on barns. It's more of a trend nowadays than it did anything, just decorative. But it wasn't back then, especially nowadays than it did anything, just decorative. Hex symbols put on barns. It's more of a trend nowadays, but it wasn't back then. Wasn't back then, but it wasn't back then, especially in Pennsylvania and the northern Appalachians. They put these on barns to protect from evil spirits and hexes. Wasn't back then, especially in Pennsylvania and the northern Appalachians. They put these on barns to protect from evil spirits and hexes, from mountain witches. You can see here, there's from mountain witches, evil spirits and hexes, from mountain in Pennsylvania and the northern Appalachians. They put these on barns to protect from evil spirits and hexes, from mountain witches. You can see here, they're still going on today. But like I said, it's more of a trend now and just decorative. We'll start out with some history. There's a lot of history on these witches. Now, way back in Europe, they had a lot of witch problem. They accused a lot of innocent people, I'd say, of witchery, and they executed them. They burned them at the stake or hung them. And a lot of them escaped over to this country, and a lot of people that come into this country, especially German, and a lot of people that come into this country, and they executed them. And they executed them. They stake or hung. And a lot of people that come into this country, especially German, Dutch, and a lot of people that come into this country, especially German, Dutch, they brought a lot of their traditions with them. And unfortunately, I would say some witch traditions too. And a lot of people brought a lot of their traditions with them. And unfortunately, I would say some witch traditions too, especially German, Dutch. They brought a lot of their traditions with them. And unfortunately, I would say some witch traditions too. And a lot of people been executed in the East for witchery, and a lot of people have suffered for it.
Hey man, what the fuck is we watching?
No. Somebody had a revenge against the family on people all the time. We believe in evil. The one that put hexes on. They didn't know who it was. And they would claim, a lot of people said reports that when they milked a cow, these are the people. They were just up to mischief, no good. stock, their family, people. You never knowed who was doing this against them. A lot of people said reports that when they milked the cows would go dry, not superstition. But their cows would, instead of giving milk, they would give blood. And they would claim the witches had put a hex on them. So they didn't know who it was. You never knowed who was the last of it. In their own doctors, they could cure what I've been are so beautiful.
All right, enough of his country ass. That's all we need from. That's all we need from your report. What else we got? All right, that's enough from your report. Let's see. I found some. All right, so now we got. I wonder if there's any other motherfuckers who. Because we already know, everybody know about the old Africa shit, like, could bring the witchcraft. We got the goddamn Clampets bringing the witchcraft. Oh, we gonna do a pop quiz. Now that we know that them niggas was up there, I don't know who live in Massachusetts. Anywhere up around there, you know what I'm saying? If y'all niggas was living in some teepees and these goddamn paleface bitches is living in a house, you niggas is pretty hoe-ass type niggas, you know what I'm saying? All right, let's see what else we got. Boom. We got to fast forward, though. Let's go. We on the Apache shit, right? Oh, Comanche shit. Yeah, the Apaches was the niggas that was going against them. That's Geronimo and them. I'm getting all this shit figured out. I'm gonna have it on cap. I'm telling you, nigga, when I'm 100, I'm gonna be fucking niggas up. Let's see. I don't want to fast forward. You know what I'm saying? Too much though, and goddamn had a spoiler alert. Because you know we supposed to be the smart niggas. This shit's supposed to take hours. This a build and all this old shit. You know what I'm saying? So hold on. So be patient.
Earn your degree in less.
Yeah, earn your degree. I don't want you to see what this is though. I want to fast forward so I can, you know. Let's see. Let's see if you could guess. Hold on. Let me see. I gotta find the right freeze frame for the little pop quiz because I don't want you to see. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, we'll pause that. You can see the, oh dang, you gonna see it. All right, so, check him out. And this goddamn Freemason ass white boy up here got down sucking his dick.
So Lolo.
No.
Video lang.
Video. No, naman yung ko diha.
The Witch Doctor, Felicissimo Cando. A simple, friendly little old man who spends his day farming and living off the land. The Witch Doctor, Felicissimo Cando. A simple, friendly little old man who spends his day farming and living off the land. Certainly no one to be afraid of.
Bilay mong edad karon? 84. 84? Bata pa. Unsay mong ginabuhat bilang usa ka tambalan?
Ha? Kuan. Medyo manabang usay ko. Nga manambal. Muna kuan. Paganak ba paganak?
Mao di. Unsa pa imong mga gitambalang na sakit? Unsay klase nga sakit?
Kanang kuan medyo dahog sa tao. Yan. Barang.
Yun na.
Doon, igugmaon ta. Barangon. Ato nang hinahinayang dapat. Tambalan. Ginigidala na taga Ormoc. Isaniban sa diliw nato para nasa kakahuyan mo puyo. Isaniban sa diliw nato para nasa kakahuyan mo puyo. Mga kahoy ba Ormoc? Isaniban sa diliw nato para nasa kakahuyan mo puyo. Mga kahoy ba malaking kahoy? Diyan mag tira. Ko na morang nasa na Idari ni, dali lang.
Oo ba?
I'm fast forwarding. Cause y'all, it's not all videos. It's just Saturday. I'm just taking our time. All right, so yeah, it might seem unrelated, but this nigga's Filipino, so they know that shit. So let's stay back. Let's get back on course with the Indian shit then, cause niggas feel like, oh, you ain't on the Indian shit no more. What the fuck is you talking about? Oh, okay, yeah, I gotta get back on the shit, cause all right, fuck it. So, okay, witchcraft in the motherfucker. Everybody bring some goddamn witchcraft over here. At least that shit ain't goddamn. Oh, you know what's crazy? That shit can't be everywhere, though. Come on, man, with that old goofy shit. Yo, peace to the tribes, man. I appreciate you tuned in. Share the stream. Let's take a moment. Let's just be that moment that you just take to hit that like, share the stream. Okay, yeah, because we got to contrast, because I want you to see what this nigga say and what this nigga say, you know what I'm saying? That's what I had to do. And then I had to filter out this the most lying in the sass nigga I want you to see, and then I had to let you see some shit that's gonna fuck you up. Let's see what he talking about, though. Now, I be taking you to the motherfuckers who live over there. I don't give a fuck if they pale face or not. Nigga, they stay there. This at the house, nigga.
Growing up and witch for many years growing up and got the Bell Witch for many years and got the Bell Witch for many years. I heard about the Bell Witch for many years growing up and of course there's been movies made about that, so it's gotten some national or international notoriety.
Especially cruel to teenager Betsy and is said to have poisoned Patriarch John Bell. Kate supposedly still lives in a nearby cave, but apparently doesn't like video by cave, but apparently he still lives in a nearby cave, but apparently doesn't like video cameras.
They trying to make light of it like it's funny.
By the family. But can a witch be family and school, a Bell Cemetery, festivals, and a theater celebrity? There's a Bell Witch. All around Adams, Kate remains a celebrity. There's a Bell Witch Cafe, festivals, and a theater production about the spirit. Add to the lore the Bell Cemetery and this log cabin and school built by the family. But can a witch be good for agriculture?
This is still a farming community. Adams and Robertson County still farming community. A farming community. Still a farming community.
All right, y'all still some motherfucking squatchulators. Okay, we get it. Squatchulators over there. Boom, boom, boom. Bell Witch. Niggas like, oh yeah.
Deep in the jungles.
Oh, come on, man, with that goofy shit. Yeah, like, oh yeah, man, this shit don't make sense. Yeah, okay, watch. Then we gonna come with primary sources for the fuck niggas.
The first device.
For everything to connect makes sense. Where we at? All right. These dumbass commercials. Oh, that's the nigga we just watched lying. Let's see, where's the other one? No, it's this long dumbass video. Yeah, here it go. Because this right here is about discernment. Let's see. Did y'all read that? Screenshot it. Share it.
His family was visited by the Bell Witch in the 19th century. She kept the house in turmoil, assaulted Bell, and drove off Betsy Bell's suitor. Even Andrew Jackson, who came to investigate, retreated to Nashville after his coach wheels drove off Betsy Bell Witch in the 19th century. A prominent settler from North Carolina. According to the legend, his family was visited by the Bell Witch in the 19th century. She kept the house in turmoil, assaulted Bell, and drove off Betsy Bell's suitor. Even Andrew Jackson, who came to investigate, retreated to Nashville after his coach wheels stopped mysteriously. And I'm hoping the old businesses, and they have some of the old businesses.
Ain't no old businesses. Them motherfucking goddamn houses for motherfucking slaves, nigga. Them slave quarters. Hey man, these people is funny as shit. Them is slave quarters. Oh, now they businesses. Hey, for all you smart niggas who study history, boy, put some bows and arrows in the chat. If you saw some shit look just like that, then the nigga told you it was some slave quarters. Now these pale-faced motherfuckers living in it. Now it's just some goddamn old businesses. Boy, you're a goddamn lie. But anyway, I digress. Pay attention.
In town. Stroud's Barbershop.
Now, see, this is where I be fucking y'all up, because I'm like, this just a random motherfucker, bro. You know what I'm saying? He just some goofy-ass motherfucker down there, but watch this shit, dog. But how else would we be able to go inside and see that motherfucker, low-key? Nigga, watch this, though. And it's gonna all make sense by the time we done. Watch.
Pretty fascinating story, though. I'm inside the old schoolhouse now. And there is a small museum. See if I can find any information. And there is a small museum. A bunch of photos, some CDs describing the events. Check this out. Some false teeth from the family.
I mean, what is these people doing? So they ain't got no slave ships, but they got these motherfuckers false teeth for all you stupid ass niggas who think you from Africa. What you think? Boy, they would have them. They was too busy throwing up on the goddamn ships on their way over here to come work on the plantations to even oh, I mean, you just talking, man, these aboriginal ass niggas. All right, fuck nigga. Let's take y'all want to take a primary source break for they bitch ass? All right, here y'all go. I got y'all, man. Don't worry about it. Try it. Put some bows and arrows in the chat. Y'all know I'm about to fuck them up. Hold on. It's free book time, tribe. Hey, look. And look what it say. Your loan has expired. Borrow again. See what I'm talking about? Fuck y'all. Primary source time. Right now we're gonna be reading from now this link I'm about to drop in the chat should take you straight to the goddamn, what is it? Straight to the motherfucking to the page, I think. Oh man, fuck it. I'm on page 77. All right, I got to go to the front, man. And I think this is a newer book, but yet and still quite interesting. Let's see what we got here. Oh yeah, because who recommended this book? Fuck it. Fast forward to the sources. This is, come on, man, chill out. We'll make it all connected in a minute. What book is this? Did I drop it? Like, yeah, all right. Boom. Frontiersman, yeah. Let's see what we got here. What the fuck? You working, man? Oh shit! It's already in your email. Tribe. About to send it again. We got a secret superstar. Might pull up. I know. Hey, and you know I'm over here goddamn exposing the goddamn bitch ass. All right, look. Cause look, they tripping. They already got my shit goddamn buzzing and goddamn TV turning off and all types of weird shit. It's all right. We got enough goddamn rounds for they bitch ass. All right, so just check this out. Alan W. Eckert, blah, blah, blah. The Frontiersman. And that's why I said, what the fuck is a narrative? Remember that? Yeah, like, oh man, why do this nigga be wasting? No, nigga, it all connect. The Frontiersman, a narrative, nigga. Oh. Nigga, I told you what that mean, nigga. All right. The Frontiersman, a narrative by Alan W. Eckert. 2001, yeah, Kentucky, nigga. Okay, y'all up there. Y'all got down doing narratives and shit. Okay, but you know they got the sources in the back of the book because that's how they get down. All right, so I ain't even gonna waste my time with all that shit. The link's in the motherfucking chat. Kentucky, all right, that's it. Okay. Okay, so motherfucking, so what Hawk School, what? All right. Yeah, all right. Let's do a little reading, man. You know, we the smart ones. Let's do a little reading. See what this say. Equally sobering, however, was the news that the relationship between the English and the colonists had degenerated to a crucial point now. All of the great house party, including the two new members, blah, blah, blah. Here, let me show y'all on the screen so you can see it's blah, blah, blah. Let's just go down, blah, 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 blah. That's how much blah, blah, blah should I be having to read, right? It said Herod, look, you don't even want to let me click on it. Herod knew little more about it than they themselves had already heard. Blah, blah, blah. Principally there was talk of an Indian war coming. Okay, now let's see what the fuck. You know, I always want to see the fuck the Indians got going on in all the books. At this great house, and the Mahans showed animated interest, and even after Herod and his men had rolled into their blankets for the night, the great house party sat up, talking about what they should do. They had been fortunate in that no incidents with marauding bands of Cherokees or Shawnees had marred their stay here. But now, with the winter's hunting and trapping almost over, it would be foolish to take a chance. Shortly after Herod's party moved downstream in the morning, Great House Grills and the Mayhem brothers set off upstream in the large blah, 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 blah. March 16, 1774, Wednesday. Blue Jacket was deeply impressed by Talgayita, the tall, angular Mingo chief of the Cayugas, better known to both Indians and whites as Logan, not only because he had heard so much about this highly revered man, but because he was the first Cayuga the youth had ever seen. It seemed incredible that Logan's influence could not pay attention. It was the first Cayuga the youth had ever seen. A nigga. It seemed incredible that Logan's influence could be so great that with his encouragement alone, the unaligned tribes met side with Shawnees to repay the whites in kind for harassment to Blue Jacket's adopted tribe. All right, so now the tall, angular Mingo, it's a nigga, bro. We know that. That's why the kids was, not only because of Logan's influence, y'all, what y'all think, goddamn, Put some bows and arrows in the chat if you didn't know where goddamn Wolverine goddamn name came from. Indian, nigga. Aboriginal. All right. Anyway, I digress. It seemed incredible that Logan's influence could be so great that with his encouragement alone, the unaligned tribes might side with the Shawnees to repay the whites in kind for the harassment of Blue Jacket's adopted tribe. In his 3 years with the Kispokothas, Blue Jacket had entered into their work, games, hunting, politics, and religion with such fervor and sincerity that already he had become a leader among those of his own age, was looked upon with high favor by older members. Blah, blah, blah. Why are you reading us this, Hawk School? Because reading is fundamental, my nigga. No other Indian on the frontier was as widely respected by both whites and Indians as this Mingo. Dark-skinned nigga, that's all, bro. Dark-skinned Indian. Time again, and wisdom and persuasiveness had prevailed to smooth strained relationships between the two races, and his word carried great weight not only among the Cayugas and Senecas, but among the Delaware, Shawnees, Miamis, and Wyandottes as well. But it was not for this reason alone that before him now sat the stern-faced delegation from the Shawnee tribe come to ask him to raise both voice and hand against the whites. There was a more personal reason involved. Logan was especially sympathetic to Shawnee problems because many years before he had married a Shawnee maiden. The Talgayita should be known by the English name of Logan was not surprising. I hope y'all are learning a lot. His father, Shikalumis, had many years ago formed a close personal friendship with James Logan, intimate of William Penn and founder of Loganian Library at Philadelphia. So firm was this friendship that Shikalumis had named his second son after him, and now just blah, 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 blah. And that's not even the good part. You have to read the book yourself. Because we ain't, we borrowing it. You know what I'm saying? Say borrow. Let's just fast forward a little bit. But now the visage of the chief was troubled as he listened carefully to Pucksinwah's plea. The whites were not only increasing their harassment of the Shawnees, but were spreading into the Kentucky hunting lands, and most soon crossed the Ohio to drive them away from their villages. Soon whites in the border areas were masquerading as Indians in order to steal horses or other possessions of their fellow men. Oh, maybe let me zoom here so we can know what we like. This shit don't go together. Yeah, all right. Some whites in the border areas were masquerading as Indians in order to steal horses. Where am I? I lost my place. Oh, some whites in the border areas were masquerading as Indians in order to steal horses as other possessions of their fellow men, were even murdering and scalping them so the blame would be placed upon the Shawnees or other Indians. The Shawnees could fight their own battles with the whites, but the word of Logan was needed to encourage the other tribes to stand fast and to stop by battle if necessary any whites crossing into the Ohio country. The Shawnees alone could not and should not be expected to guard the entire frontier against encroachment for the benefit of all tribes. There was word that the white fathers in the east were massing armies to come against the Shawnees and all tribes to do their part to stem this flood. Blue Jacket was less moved by the impassioned plea of his chief, but the reply of Logan, no less moving, was a deep disappointment. Never had Logan raised his hand against the whites, even when some members of his own family had been slain in battles with them, for there was no future in warring with a nation having unlimited resources and more men by far than all tribes together. Were not the Shawnee themselves guilty of stealing horses and equipment from the border of whites? Had they not, when occasion prompted it, slain whites? Pay attention, it's a narrative. Would defiance of the armies make the war wither and die, or would it instead cause violent and immediate retribution against which could there be no standing? Against which could there be no standing? Now we know that's a code word for meaning use a fucking squatchulator, nigga. Because he's talking about who can't be no standing on who? Who can't have no standing? Who a squatter? You a squatter, nigga. Good goddamn think you could write ass nigga. Anyway. Oh, if you don't know, squat is the opposite of having legal standing. I digress. The Shawnees were brave and their complaints to some degree justified, but how much better to attempt to reach an understanding, how much better to be guided by clear thought than blind emotion. There must be a way in which whites and the red men could live in harmony and peace, but this could not be consummated without restraint on both sides. Logan would not raise either his hand or voice against the whites, but he would send emissaries to them to ask them the same restraint that he was asking of the Indians. Pucksinwah argued no further. The meeting adjourned, and all the small party of Kispokathas mounted their horses for the ride back to their village on the Okay, let's get back to this. I forgot it was movie day. Peace to the tribes. Appreciate you for tuning in, man. Let's take this moment to share the stream. You know what I'm talking about. I ain't mean to do that. Fuck that 30-second clip. Now he finna try to cap. I ain't even gonna let y'all hear him capping. Well, as minimal as possible. That's what I'm here to do.
Fantastic. And essentially, they all went extinct. All the horses went extinct here, and then they were reintroduced by Europeans. But they had originally
lying
evolved.
like a motherfucker.
And it's interesting. No one,
the other tribes just hadn't kind of caught on. Have all these horses started to assert itself.
Begins.
So how did the Comanches figure out how to have all these horses?
Oh, you thought I was just all over the place or something? Now he just gave a whole little like 2-minute brief about some horses goddamn evolved from goddamn butterflies and goddamn they went over a rainbow and goddamn they had to eat 3 Skittles each and fuck out of here, nigga. Wasn't no goddamn horses, nigga. We know the Spanish brought the horses. I even see one hijack so cold the nigga was like, oh well they took like 3 horses. Watch this. Watch this shit.
Figure out how to have all these horses. So it was in the 1600s that their power and their dominance. So how did the Comanches figure out how to figure out how to? How did the Comanches figure itself?
Begins.
So how did the Comanches figure out how to have all these horses and how valuable that was, where some of the other tribes just hadn't kind of caught on?
No one knows, and it's
how valuable that was. How to Comanches figure out itself?
Begin.
Their dominance started to figure out how Comanches figure out. So how did the Comanches figure out? So how did the Comanches figure?
This nigga doing these Masonic ass hand gestures up our show, dog. Chill out.
Figure out how to have all these horses and how valuable that was, where some of the other tribes just hadn't kind of caught on.
No one knows, and it's interesting. No one knows that because it was only no one knows, and it's
valuable that was, where some of the other
no one knows, and it's
caught on.
No one knows, and it's interesting, and it's no one knows, and it's
caught on.
No one knows, and
have all these horses. So how did the Comanches figure out how to have all these horses and how valuable that was, where some of the other tribes just hadn't kind of caught on?
No one knows, and it's interesting. No one knows that because it was only seen in flashes by the Spanish through their kind of north. Knows that no one knows, and it's interesting. Knows, and it's interesting, and it's interesting. Knows, and
caught on.
No one.
It's hard to know something that don't exist. It's made up ass shit. Hold on.
One knows, and it's interesting. No one.
How the fuck these niggas the only motherfucking tribe? Goddamn, that all that other shit. Niggas wasn't riding no horses in Tennessee. So you mean to tell me these the only motherfuckers out here where it ain't nothing but no? We've already determined there's no motherfucking way to build nothing. They live in tents. Ain't no wood. Ain't no water. Just a whole bunch of motherfucking horses. Well, horses eat grass, man. So what's going on? What's up with the horses? They ain't keeping their numbers up. They killing everybody. But okay.
Knows that because it was only seen in flashes by the.
How valuable that was, or some of the other tribes just hadn't kind of caught on.
No one knows, and it's interesting. No one knows that because it was only seen in flashes by the Spanish through their kind of northern outposts. No one exactly knows what it was, in the heart and soul of a Comanche that could do that better than anybody else. But and in fact, Comanches, by all descriptions of the time, were not, pre-horse anyway, graceful people. They were kind of pre-horse anyway, graceful people. They were kind of short and kind of, bow-legged, and all descriptions of the time were not. Comanches, by all descriptions of the time, were not, pre-horse anyway, graceful people. They were, by all descriptions of the time, were not, pre-horse anyway, graceful people. They were kind of short and kind of, bow-legged, and they weren't especially graceful, and they didn't look like perhaps you would think of the northern Sioux Indians or the Nickel. I mean, that kind of tall and with the bone structure. That wasn't the bone structure. With the bone structure, tall and with the bone structure. That wasn't the Comanches. And then they got on a horse, and then everything changed. And even though the Apaches were the first ones to actually get that technology from the Spanish, and they raised havoc with it, but the tribe that got it the best and the most were the Comanches. They were the tribe that actually ended up supplying horses to a lot of the northern plains tribes that we. They were the tribe that actually ended up supplying horses to a lot of the northern plains tribes that. They were the tribe that actually ended up supplying horses to a lot of the northern plains tribes that we just talked about. And what they did once they had this incredible mastery of the horse and this ability to hunt like they never had and fight like they never had, they did what you would, I guess, expect the great new power on the plains. And the plains are a big place, by the way. I mean.
And then, if y'all niggas ain't smart enough to see the title of this video, is the Europeans closely guarded horse technology.
Hunting.
One side of your neck, you saying these niggas is retarded. On the other side of your neck, they love these Comanches. They hanging this nigga mama on the wall. Hey man, you like Whitehawk school? Why are they doing that? Oh yeah. Oh, they thought I forgot about that yurt shit, huh? I'm gonna show y'all why they building a yurt.
Who becomes a Twilio developer?
Oh, you don't know what a yurt is? That's the white people building it. That ain't the one we want. I'm about to fuck y'all up, man. I'm cooking everybody tonight again. I'm so used to saying night. It's morning like a motherfucker. I just got tired of looking at his motherfucking ass. Oh, pause. Let's get back to this.
Painting of Betsy John Bell and some information on Betsy Bell. It's just laying there. of the people in town who... That's creepy. One of this painting. There's the name. I want you to take a look at this gentleman.
It's all gonna make sense.
He's not afraid of any witch. Sign entrance into town. Been around for a very long time. Here's a little bit better photo of the sign entrance.
See, because I be telling y'all all this shit important, but y'all don't understand how important it is. Y'all don't understand what you're up against.
Into town. It's a postcard. Lots of writings on the subject matter. And some artistic renditions. This looks like... This truck's way. I was telling the story, and it started... Oh my God.
Now, this is where your discernment comes in. I'm not wasting your time. Pay attention.
There was no one to answer any questions or in the museum itself. There were some people working in the building. I read online there was a lady who passed away at the age of 82 named Nina Seeley. She was the curator of that museum. And she died in a fire in her home, her old-timey home here in town. Kind of a mysterious ending to someone who knew all the information about the Bell Witch. What separates this and makes it unique from other ghost stories is it is said that this entity could change forms, speak, and move objects. Creepy. What would you do if that happened to you? I was in that garbage truck's way. I was telling the story, and it startled me, dramatically startled me. John Bell describes the first apparition to look startled me. John Bell describes and it startled me, dramatically startled me. John Bell.
I'm talking. That's probably because the Most High don't want me to talk. You're like, no, don't say nothing. They see the circle. Pay attention.
Head of a rabbit. Whoa, wait a second. I'm not making an apparition. If that happened to you. I was in that garbage truck, unique from town. All the information. And move objects. On the story, and it startled me, dramatically startled me. John Bell describes the first apparition to look like a dog with the head of a rabbit. Whoa, wait a second. First apparition on the story, and it startled me, dramatically startled me. John Bell describes the first apparition to look like a dog with the head of a rabbit. Whoa, wait a second. I'm not making that up. He actually did describe it as a dog. Have you seen any dogs out there that look like you but have heads of rabbits? It is said that he shot at it but missed. And that's when it began. The legend of the Bell Witch. That was incredibly weird. As soon as I started telling that part of the story, two random dogs walked by. Here comes that garbage. I gotta get out of here. This place is bizarre. What the heck? Is this garbage truck like chasing me? He's like following me or something? Okay, he turned off. He's over there now.
All right, he just paranoid there. That's nothing. Oh, y'all like, oh man, it's just some dogs. He could have had them dogs in his truck and he just let them out. Okay. All right. I'll give you that.
Out of town, sir. What do you think? What's the consensus? Did she real? Oh! You must. I'll see myself out of town. She real? Oh! Did she real? Oh! What do you think? I'll see myself out of town, sir. What do you think? What's the consensus? Did she Oh! You must be terrified of her. You're running. Makes sense.
Now, if you ain't never been outside, you ain't never been on a highway or nothing like that, you know what I'm saying, it might not be nothing to you. But if you have been on the highway, then you know cows ain't running from no
Since
fucking
I was
cars.
born into the family, we've had odd things happen.
So, you know,
since I was
that's
little.
something, you know, that's all in my head, though, you know.
My first encounter with my grandmother
I
lived
digress.
4 doors
Let's get
down
back to
from
that.
us, and
Let's get back to
she
the
lived by
books.
herself and would take a nap every afternoon, and she was awakened by a crash and it scared her so bad she called up to the house.
I want to see some more.
Are you ready to take the leap and launch?
Me a little background music on here, man. So don't fuck, give me a copyright strike. I'm gonna find the instrumental real quick. Try to fuck with the bots, man. Y'all gotta hear this shit. Let's see. Peace of the tribes. Appreciate you tuned in, man. Go and hit that like. You know what I'm talking about? Sure. It's all gonna make sense, bro. Just pay attention. I got you. Bro, if you knew how much shit I had to fill my head with just to goddamn get it to make sense, and you think this the extended version, nigga, no, this is the goddamn shortcut. Just stay with me. This is gonna be all on one page, you know what I'm talking about? Cause I know these niggas playing this old goofy ass music. I know they gonna goddamn fuck with the shit you dig. So we need to goddamn scramble the signal.
Tom, next caller. You don't like it? Kiss my ass, you don't like it. It's my house.
I hope one of them bitch ass Comanche, fake ass Comanche niggas pull up. Yeah, right. Y'all Chief House, man. Y'all can't even buy that raggedy piece of shit back. What you got to say about that? Oh, Native American ass niggas. Oh, yeah. I could do better than that. Y'all thought I got too lit and too distracted and forgot? No, I didn't. It's just another motherfucker talking about them killing babies and shit.
Why natives always fought to the death.
Then blame it on
They
all
conducted
the other Indians.
raids on both other native tribes and settlers.
This ain't the one we need to listen to, though. We need to see, oh, yeah.
Since I was born into the family, we've had odd things happen since I was little.
It was an odd thing. Pause. All right, let's see. I don't really give a fuck. The fuck up. They fucking with my, goddamn. They fucking with my computer. know, you can't watch these videos together. What are they doing here? Oh, you thought I forgot? Man, shut the fuck up. Hold on, yeah.
So beautiful.
God damn, they got that shit spinning past this motherfucker fast than a motherfucker, boy. They showing a nigga how to build a wigwam, goddamn. Shit. Oh, yurt. God damn, boy, I ain't never seen a motherfucker clip that fast. That shit like a transition. Where they at? In Mongolia, nigga.
The gear walls. And then it's going around.
Does it have like the...
If you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Know what you're doing. Know what you're doing.
Oh, this is Bill.
They're doing the roof ring. Look how fast I'm doing it.
Yeah.
That was there already. The
All right, enough about that. Just a little more proof that y'all some motherfucking Eskimos. Y'all niggas, y'all Native American ass niggas from out of town. But let's fast forward. Not time for that yet. Yeah, let's bring my nigga into it. Is it time for that?
So what about the Comanches? Well, they have had this sort of bruising campaign. Started with the Council House fight, followed up with the Linville raid, and then the sort of rear guard action at Plum Creek. Well, the Texans decided to launch their own offensive into Comanche country. There's a ranger colonel by the name of Moore, gathers up some militia and some other Texas Ranger companies. They go into the San Saba River country and really hit the Indians hard. There's a number of fights in San Saba and then up in the upper Colorado River that inflict some pretty, and there are some pretty sharp skirmishes. Under each arm. They would also carry a long arm, so that gives them 11 shots as a rifle range. Texas Rangers defeat 200 for a mere 40.
For even those people old enough to remember segregation, it's not possible to fully comprehend that human beings were bought and sold, but that was the reality when of his owner, William Steele.
I hope this don't seem like the right one because he goddamn doing a lot of ass kissing. Let me see. So they try to make him out to be a slave. I think he worked somewhere and he beat the manager up. Hold on.
His owner, William Steele Reeves of Crawford County, Bass was given the name of his owner, William Steele Reeves of Crawford County, Arkansas. He moved with the Reeves family to the area of Denison, Grayson County, Texas in 1846. Bass Reeves lived as an uneducated slave until the start of the Civil War, when it was believed that he accompanied his master's son, William Steele Reeves. Reeves was born in about 1838. Because his mother was a slave, Bass was given the name of his owner and sold, but that Bass Reeves was born in about 1838. Because his mother was a slave, Bass was given the name of his owner, William Steele Reeves of Crawford County, Arkansas. He moved with the Reeves family to the area of Denison, Grayson County, Texas, or because news of the Emancipation Proclamation had reached his ears, Bass freed himself by escaping into Indian Territory. He lived among the Creek and Seminole tribes, learning to live off the land, or because news of the Emancipation Proclamation had reached his ears, Bass freed himself by escaping into Indian Territory. He lived.
They be killing me with this escaping shit. He went home, nigga.
To help deputies track and capture criminals wanted by the federal territory. He lived among the Creek and Seminole tribes, learning to live off the land, honing the skills of sneaking up on his prey. As he could neither read nor write, Reeves memorized his arrest warrants and was never known to arrest the wrong man. For all the 21 years Judge Parker presided in Fort Smith, Bass Reeves served as one of the most valuable deputy marshals, combing the 75,000 square mile jurisdiction that includes most of the present-day Oklahoma. In all of the service of the U.S. Marshals, a startling number of those killed in the line of duty died in this dangerous frontier. In newspaper accounts at the time of his death, it was noted that Reeves had never been wounded, although at different times his belt was shot in two, a button shot off at the age of 72. The Muskogee Phoenix newspaper contains the longest known written record of his life and extolled his character in several stories at the time of his death. Age of 72 contains the longest known written record of his life. Bass Reeves was a unique character, absolutely fearless and knowing no master but duty. The place the old man, even on the brink of his grave, went along the pathway of duty with the simple faith that.
Now, we all do know that's the starting lineup on the front, right? We don't have to goddamn decipher why these niggas is on the front. Cause these niggas is the bosses. Who? All right, it's in my mind.
Some men have who believe that they are in the care of a special providence when they are doing right. Bass is dead. He was buried with high honors, and his name will be recorded in the archives of the court.
All right. Smart ass niggas. Fuck it, it's Saturday. We're gonna go ahead and set their ass up for a minute. This is from the encyclopediaarkansas.net, Bass Reeves, blah, blah, blah. Of course, they're gonna paint the picture that he was black. He's a lawman, right? 6'2", 180 pounds. He could shoot a pistol. Now, y'all know he could shoot a pistol accurately. He was ambidextrous. He could shoot with both hands. During his law enforcement Reeves stood. Oh, y'all probably can't see it. Encyclopedia of Arkansas.net if you want to go check it out. Reeves was a legend during his lifetime for his ability to catch criminals under trying circumstances. He brought fugitives by the dozens into Fort Smith's federal jail. Reeves said the largest number of outlaws he ever caught at one time was 19 horse thieves. He captured near Fort Sill, Oklahoma, the noted female outlaw Belle Starr turned herself in at Fort Smith when she found out Reeves had the warrant for her arrest. In 1887, Reeves was tried for murder for the shooting of his trail cook, but he was found innocent. In 1890, Reeves arrested the notorious Seminole outlaw Greenleaf, who had been on the run for 18 years without capture and had murdered 7 people. The same year, Reeves went after the famous Cherokee outlaw Ned Christie. Reeves and his posse burned Christie's cabin, but he eluded capture. In 1893, Reeves was transferred to the East Texas Federal Court at Paris, Texas. He was stationed at Calvin in the Choctaw Nation and took his prisoners to the federal commissioner at Paris Valley in the Chickasaw Nation. While working for Paris Court, Reeves broke up the Tom Story gang of horse thieves. Horse thief gangs, huh? In 1897, Reeves was transferred to the Muskogee Federal Court in Indian Territory. Reeves remarried in 1900 to Winnie Sumter. His first wife had died in Fort Smith in 1896 and 1902. Reeves arrested his own son, Benny, for domestic murder in Muskogee. Benny was convicted and sent to the federal prison in Leavenworth, Kansas. Reeves worked until Oklahoma achieved statehood in 1907, at which time he became a city policeman for Muskogee. He died of Wights disease on January 12, 1910. On May 26, 2012, a bronze statue depicting Reeves on a horse riding west was dedicated at Fort Smith's Pendergraft Park, statue which was designed by sculptor Harold T. Hung, blah, 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 blah. That is the Real Lone Ranger for y'all you kids who are not up to speed. Where was that Belle Starr? Wonder who that is. Late 1800s, Belle Starr, known as a notorious female outlaw in America's Old West, as a resident of Indian Territory, now Oklahoma. She came under the jurisdiction of Judge Isaac Parker. Parker. There's that name. That's what we were looking for. Belle Starr, a known notorious female outlaw, America's Old West. Belle Starr was born Myra Mabel Shirley near Carthage, Missouri, February 1848. Her father, John Shirley, a farmer who later owned a local inn. Her mother, 20 years younger than her husband, was Elizabeth Eliza Hatfield, who was related to Hatfield, family of the infamous Hatfield-McCoy feud. As a child, Shirley attended Carthage Female Academy. Wait a minute. Who, after the Civil War, joined neighbors Frank and Jesse James in robbing trains, stagecoaches, and banks, fleeing the law. They sometimes hid on the Shirley farm, and the teenage Shirley became influenced by their life of crime. Teenage. In 1866, she married another childhood acquaintance, James Reed, the son of Solomon Reed, a prosperous local farmer. James and Myra Reed had 2 children. Blah, blah, blah. After trying unsuccessfully to become a farmer, her husband joined with the Starr Clan, an outlaw Cherokee family in Indian Territory who stole horses, rustled cattle, and bootleg whiskey. After his death, Myra Reed joined the Starr Clan and lived in Indian Territory west of Fort Smith. She married one of them, Samuel Starr, in 1880. She came to the attention of Judge Isaac Parker, who was known as the hanging judge for his severe sentence. What? Wait a minute. Let's see where this is. Isaac Charles Parker served as federal judge for Federal Court of the Western District of Arkansas in Fort Smith. He tried 13,490 cases with 9,454 of them resulting in guilty pleas or convictions. His court was unique in the fact that he had jurisdiction over all Indian territory, covering over 74,000 square miles. He sentenced 160 people to death, including 4 women. Of those sentenced to death under Parker, 79 men were executed on the gallows. Born October 15th, 1838 in Barnesville, Ohio, Isaac Parker was the son of Joseph and Jane Parker. Joseph was a farmer, and Jane was known for her strong mental qualities and business habits. She was active in the Methodist Church, and Parker attributed his success to the way blah, 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 blah. All right. I think I don't know where I'm going. Too soon. Oh, we already read that book, didn't we? Oh, yeah, maybe we can't read this article then. Maybe this time. We read a little about it, but not enough. The Frontier. And that was on the other bill. And we good on time. A shameful chapter in Mormon history. Peace to the tribes. Let me get some bows and arrows in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear. So, about to come around full circle. The Mountain Meadows Massacre took place in southern Utah nearly 150 years ago, but it touched southern California's history too, leading to the demise of a fledgling Mormon community in San Bernardino. Early on Monday morning in September 1857, about 140 men, women and children on a California-bound wagon train were slaughtered under a flag of truce by Mormons who apparently considered the act a long-delayed vengeance or blood atonement. For persecution of their faith. Oh yes, this is Los Angeles Times. Here, you got this link to it in case you need it. Because I think this actually falls under the category of primary source. But of course, we're gonna get a little more, in depth with the research, because we are smarter than that. There you go. We're about to get to the highlight. All right, anyway. Where were we? Blood atonement. Okay, yeah. In the 1830s and 1840s, okay. 1830s, 1840s, okay. Mormons were often tarred and feathered or even killed, and their homes and businesses were burned. Their founder, Joseph Smith, was murdered in 1844, okay. In Illinois, Mormons retreated into the western wilderness. Okay, and when the 1857 massacre occurred at a popular resting place for wagon trains in a valley on the Immigrant Trail, the Mormon church blamed Paiute Indians. Okay. It was not only the number of dead that horrified a westward moving nation. It was what? The gruesome butchery. Okay. Army troops visiting the site almost 2 years later reported finding skulls, scraps of clothing, and clumps of hair still strewn around. As evidence emerged over time, most recently in an excavation in 1999, the massacre was shown to have been the handiwork of about 50 Mormons, many of them disguised as Indians. Wait a minute, let me see. Zoom in, make sure I'm not reading that wrong. Has evidence emerged? Where are we? Has evidence emerged over time? Most recently in an excavation in 1999. This is the It's LA Times. Yeah, that is a primary source. Okay. The massacre was shown to have been the handiwork of about 50 Mormons, many of them disguised as Indians. They were commanded by John Doyle Lee, a prominent and wealthy Mormon and a friend of Brigham Young, who was Joseph Smith's heir and a president of the Church of Christ of Latter-day Saints. Lee considered, slow down, Stuart. Lee, considered by many to have been a scapegoat for Young, was convicted for his role in the murders and executed by a firing squad 20 years later at the Mountain Meadows Massacre site. Sally Denton tells the story in horrifying detail in her new book, American Massacre, The Tragedy at Mountain Meadows, September 1857. She draws on official reports of the time, including interviews with witnesses and on the evidence from the 1999 dig. In 1846, Young led his people from Illinois to the valley of the Great Salt Lake, a place no one else seemed to want. But that's what we were talking about at the beginning. Oh, that's the place with no water, no wood. Pause. Young figured it was far enough from the boundaries of the United States to proclaim a new Zion where Mormons could make their own laws and keep multiple wives. In 1851, Young sent 437 pioneers from Salt Lake City on an arduous 800-mile trek across harsh desert to settle at the base of the Cayenne Pass. Within a year, the Mormons had agreed to buy the 40,000-acre Rancho San Bernardino. Among the pioneers was Biddy Mason, a slave, who would become one of California's richest women and, of course, founder of First African Methodist Episcopal Church. In Los Angeles, she fought her Mormon owner to win her freedom. Of course she did. The pioneers built a boomtown free of liquor and gambling. It served as a major link in the church's supply line between San Pedro's Harbor and Salt Lake City, and as a way station for missionaries and converts heading to Salt Lake City. The town's population soon swelled to 3,000. How are they surviving out there? I mean, the Comanches are just killing people left and right. Maybe in my time is 1846. I don't know. Maybe they surrendered or something. I'm tripping. I'm gonna just keep reading. By early 1857, hold on, let's go back, because, maybe it was just high. Here we are. Biddy Mason. Okay. Fought the Mormons, yeah, of course she did, okay. The pioneer built a boom town, yeah, okay, we were there. Soon swelled to 3,000, wow. In 1853, San Bernardino broke away from the Los Angeles County, blah, 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 becoming a county in its own right. The town was incorporated. Okay, by early 1857, almost a decade after the Mexican-American Wars had allowed the United States to expand its territory to include Utah. Mormons in Salt Lake were under pressure from the federal government, whose authority they defied. Okay, President Buchanan declared Utah an open rebellion and sent troops to replace Young with a non-Mormon territorial government. Who is this? Okay, let's see if because this is just like it's LA Times. It's just an article, right? It's just like local Mormons angry over the recent killing of one of their apostles near Arkansas, and by approach of the army troops, viewed the wagon train as a hostile force and refused to sell food to the travelers. 1857, the immigrants were basking in the early morning sun with gunfire. Blah, blah, blah. On the fourth day, a Mormon with a white flag approached the weary, hungry, and thirsty immigrants. Where are these? Nobody has any slaves? All right, anyway. The travelers were being attacked by Indians. He said Lee was a federal Indian agent who could escort them safely through Indian territory if they would lay down their weapons and hand over their possessions. The settlers agreed, only to be betrayed. The men were slaughtered first, shot, stabbed, and clubbed. Then the killers fell upon the women and children. 2 teenage sisters who promised to love and obey Lee in exchange for their lives were stripped of their clothes, raped, YouTube, and brutally murdered. 17 children younger than 8 were allowed to live because the killers believed they were too young to tell credible tales. All were placed in Mormon homes. Some remembered their new relatives wearing their clothes and jewelry that had belonged to their slain mothers. 2 children, Rebecca Dunlap, 6, and her sister Louisa, 4, would be among the first to witness the reports, having watched the Mormon killers disguised as Indians wash off the war paint in a stream. Maybe I lost my place. 2 children, Rebecca Dunlap, 6, and her sister Louisa, 4, would be among the first witnesses to report having watched the Mormon killers disguised as Indians wash off the war paint in a stream. Rebecca later recounted that they were taken to a ranch with a little boy who had been shot in the leg. He was crying. The men stopped the wagon. One got out, took the little boy by the feet, and knocked his brains out against the wagon wheel. Why would LA Times make it? Before returning home, the killers pledged to stand by one another and promised to maintain that the massacre had been the work of the Paiute Indians. This was the advice of Brigham Young, too. Lee wrote in a tell-all book while awaiting execution. What? The book Mormonism Unveiled, or Life and Confession of John D. Lee, was published in 1877, became a bestseller. You haven't read it? Paiutes had witnessed the siege but denied any role in it. Despite the vows of secrecy, word of what had happened spread through the tightly knit Mormon communities. Many Mormons, shocked by what they heard and saw, such as fellow Mormons wearing the finery of the dead, packed up and left. By October, word of the massacre began to filter out to California. The Los Angeles Star newspaper quoted witnesses who had seen 2 piles of nude bodies. One said, "I saw about 20 wolves feasting upon the carcasses of the murdered." In late October, as anti-Mormon fury spread, in California, San Bernardino colonists were recalled to Utah. 2/3 of the members obeyed. That's just a newspaper, right? What's this, Hawk School? Oh, yeah. Free book. Oh, y'all didn't know Utah was a part of, you didn't know that was Texas then, huh? Let's see what we got. What you got here, Hawk School? Mormons Unveiled. Or the Life and Confessions of John D. Lee. What? No, you ain't got that book. You ain't got the book, Hawk School. What's this? This ain't official. This ain't. What's this, Hawk School? Be right back after these messages, nigga.
Giving you more of what you hoping for. You ain't hoping in the Lord, huh? You hoping in vain, material, superficial shit. That's why you can't see me, house niggas.
The Mormon Massacre stands without parallel amongst the crimes that stain the pages of American history. It was a crime committed without cause or justification of any kind to relieve it of its fearful character. Over 120 men, women, and children were surrounded by Indians and more cruel whites and kept under constant fire from hundreds of unerring rifles for 5 days and nights, during all of which time the immigrants were famishing for water. So, I mean, I don't know what Indians could be out there feeling safe and secure. All them Comanches out there, you know, just having their way with everything.
I'm ready.
How can black people rise up and overcome?
How can they rise up and overcome? Oh, can they?
That is correct.
Respect, but this is business that needs to be taken care of, you know. Yeah. Slap on the back is all fine and dandy. Yeah. But it needs promotion. It needs promotion. It needs, yeah. Big tip. Are you laughing, biatch? You find it funny? You find it funny?
Try. Fuck, man. I had an emergency, man, medical emergency. It's all good, though. I'm gonna be okay. Where was I? 120. They were then murdered in cold blood and left nude and mangled upon the plains. Oh, let me get back up here. So I guess it must have had to been Apaches, right? I mean, Comanches. Yeah, Comanches. What is this about? Oh, Comanche Blanco. Wicked whites of the West. I think I've lost some of the whites. And when I say whites, don't get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? Let's do this real quick. Because they might, you know. We don't want to offend nobody. Maybe they don't speak English. Or maybe they thought I misspelled it. Old English, white, living being, creature, person, something, anything from Proto-Germanic. Weren't we talking? No, never mind. Thing, demon. Thing, creature, demon. Thing, creature, spirit of earth. Something. Thing, creature. Over 120 men, women, and children were surrounded by Indians and more cruel whites and kept under constant fire from hundreds of unerring rifles for 5 days and nights, during all of which time the immigrants were famishing for water. When nearly exhausted from fatigue and thirst, they were approached by white men with a flag of truce and induced to surrender their arms under the most solemn promise of protection. They were then murdered in cold blood and left nude and mangled upon the plain. All this was done by a band of fanatics who had no cause of complaint against the immigrants, except that the authorities of the Mormon Church had decided that all immigrants who were old enough to talk should die. Oh, wow. Oh, well, where would they get that from? They sound like... Never mind. Maybe they didn't see. I'm tripping. It's all in my head. All this is done by the hands of fanatics who had no cause of complaint against the immigrants, except that the authorities of the Mormon Church had decided that all immigrants who were old enough to talk should die. Let's just fast forward a little bit. That's just the publishers talking. Let's see what this says. Let's see what's in here. What's in here? Oh, it's cool. It's just a preface. I gave him the book. What's this? Confidential Attorney of John D. Lee, May 17th. The Mormon War in Missouri locates the Garden of Eden. We just go cast out devils. A Tennessee planter. Did I put the book in the chat? Do I got any bookmarks? Oh, I do. What's this here? The Trial of John D. Lee. Let's see what this says. Let's see who these people are. Who's this Brigham Young Mormon guy? Hawk School is not making any sense. Therefore, I, Brigham Young, let's just read, see what it says. Governor and Superintendent of Indian Affairs for the Territory of Utah, in the name of the people of the United States. In the Territory of Utah, first forbid all armed forces of every description from coming into this territory under any pretense whatever. Second, that all forces in said territory hold themselves in readiness to march at moment's notice to repel any and all such invasions. Third, martial law is hereby declared to exist in this territory from and after the publication of this proclamation, and no person shall be allowed to pass or repass into or through or from this territory without permit from the proper officer. Given under my hand and seal at Great Salt Lake City, Territory of Utah, this 15th day of September, AD 1857, blah, 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 blah. The letter and report of John D. Lee to Brigham Young in regard to the Mountain Meadows Massacre were introduced as evidence. Officer of Superintendent of Indian Affairs. Expenditures, blah, blah, blah. Sir, enclosed, please find abstract account current and vouchers from 1 to 35 inclusive. All abstract of employees for the current quarter up to this date is owing to the stoppage of the mail, and I have deemed it best to avail myself of the opportunity of sending my private conveyance, not knowing when I may have another chance. The expenditures, as you will observe by the papers, amount of $64,1138, for which I have drawn my drafts on the department in favor of Honorable blah, blah, blah. You will also observe that a portion of those expenditures accrued, which may need a word of explanation. The bands mentioned are part of the peyote tribe of the Indians, who are very numerous, but only inhabit this territory. These Indians are more easily induced to labor than others in the territory, and many of them are now engaged in the common pursuits of civilized life, blah, blah, blah. In like manner, the Indians of the CashApp Valley have received but little at the expense of the government, also a sort of tax upon blah, blah, blah. I don't know, Hawk School. I don't know. You might be reaching. Let's see what we got here. Following is an abstract letter. Report of Brigham Young from Brigham Young, Honorable Judge Denver, Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Sir, on or about the middle of last September, a company of immigrants traveling the southern route to California poisoned the meat of an ox that died and gave it to the Indians to eat, causing them immediate death of 4 of their tribe and poisoning several others. This company also poisoned the water where they were encamped. This occurred at Corn Creek, 15 miles south of Fillmore City. This conduct so enraged the Indians that they immediately took measure for revenge. I quote from a letter written to me by John D. Lee. Who is this? Farmer to the Indians in Iron and Washington counties about the 22nd of September. Captain Fincher and company fell victim to the Indians' wrath near Mountain Meadows. Their cattle and horses were shot down in every direction, their wagons and property mostly committed in flames. Lamentable as this case truly is, it is only the natural consequence of this fatal policy, which treats the Indians like the wolves or the ferocious beasts. I have vainly remonstrated for years with travelers against pursuing so suicidal a policy and repeatedly advised the government of its fatal tendencies. It's not always upon the head. Okay, you get it. Of the character was the massacre of Captain Gunnison and part of blah, blah, blah. So this is, in all other parts of the territory, except along the north and south routes to California, as above mentioned, the Indians are quiet and peaceful. It is owing to the disturbed state of our Indian affairs that the council. So the Indians are quiet and peaceful. The Comanches aren't out there killing all the men, baby, and children. What's the point, Hawk School? Testimony of a witness. Sworn for the prosecution. Howard, how long have you resided in this territory? Since the fall of 1848. Do you know John D. Lee? Yes, sir. Do you know him? Did you know him in 1857? Yes, sir. What position did he occupy at that time? Official position? I don't know of any position except it was farmer to the Indians in the southern part of the territory. He had been a major in the military. I don't remember whether he was at the time or not at that particular time. I think not. I think he had been suspended. Oh, So he was. Anyway, I wish to ask you the question, what from your personal knowledge was the influence of John D. Lee over the Indians to whom he had been appointed farmer? Was he interpreter also? Well, I think he understood the language imperfectly, could probably converse with the Indians. State if he was a man of influence with the Indians, a man popular with them. He was considered. Cross-examination waived. Okay, blah, blah, blah. He was a farmer for the Indians, but he was suspended. I'm just reading. Let's not go too far. This is the court record, I guess. So it was a lot of pages. How far was that from the immigrants? What is? Oh, you know what immigrants are. I think nearly half a mile. Did you see anybody go to the immigrant camp? No, sir. I saw a man carrying a white flag. Who was that man? I could not tell. Was anybody with him? Yes, sir. I think John D. Lee was with him or near him and walked down to the camp. What occurred there? They walked with this white flag near the camp, and another man met with them with the white rag on a stick. He came from the immigrant camp, and they met some distance from the camp and held a consultation for a few minutes, and then they were told to drive along or motion to. Did any other man besides this man, excuse me, John D. Lee, and John D. Lee go not any distance? I don't remember that they did. Who held that consultation? I was not acquainted with them and was some distance from them, but I think it was John D. Lee, the man that carried the flag, and one or two who came from the immigrant camp who motioned for you to go along after consultations. I can't tell, blah, blah, blah. When you got down to the camp, what occurred? My wagon was loaded with some guns, some bedding, and a few individuals. Who superintended that loading up? John D. Lee. What guns were loaded into your wagon? The guns from the immigrant camp. When the immigrant camp came out afterwards, were they armed or not? They were not that I saw. What did they load into your wagon? Guns, bedding, and some clothing of different kinds, and several persons got in. I think 3 or 4 got in. What were those persons? As near as I can recollect, they were 2 men, 1 woman, and I think some children. That's a lot of 3s and 4s. State whether those men were wounded then, sick men or what. I think they were wounded, but I stood holding my team. State whether it was quite necessary for you to give all your attention to your team. I consider it so. Then what occurred? After they were loaded in, we were told to drive on towards home. By whom? I can't recollect. Did you drive along? We did. Do you know what was put in the other wagon? Mostly people. Were both those wagons loaded from the immigrant camp? Yes, sir. I started towards my home, north across the meadows, lengthwise of the meadows. It led to the north. After you started, how close did the other wagons follow? I followed it. It went ahead. What followed you? The men, women, and children coming along after we drove out a little ways. Did you understand from what you saw there that the immigrants vacated that camp and followed you? I did, sir. As you passed along, did you go with them or did you go faster? We traveled a little faster. How far in advance of them did you get? I think we got maybe a quarter of a mile. It may not have been that far, but a quite low distance. What order did those immigrants march in? Whether single file, two abreast, or how? I could not give any testimony on that. I didn't look back to see. Who accompanied you with your wagon? Who came along? I remember John D. Lee being along with the wagons ahead of the immigrants. Yes, sir. Did anything occur after you had got up to the point designated as perhaps a quarter mile ahead of those immigrants? The first thing that I heard had occurred. I heard a gun fired. Where was that gun? I don't know the locality exactly. It was behind me. Was it near you or down where the immigrants were? It was below. How far behind you? I should judge nearly a quarter of a mile. The first gun I heard. What occurred then? I looked around and saw the Indians rising up from behind the brush and went to butchering these immigrants. Did you see anything of them? I didn't see anything of the immigrants. Did you see any of those immigrants in your wagon interfere with? No, sir. Not after I heard the first sound of the gun. I leaped from my wagon to see to my team. Did you see John D. Lee do anything to any of those immigrants? I saw John D. Lee raise something in the act of striking a person. I think it was a woman. I saw that person fall, but my attention was attracted at the same time to my team jumping and lunging. What became of the woman? I couldn't say. Will you state to the jury the manner of that striking? Well, as near as I can recollect, it was done as though he had a club or a gun in his hand, but which of the two I can't tell. She was falling when I first saw her. When I turned my eyes away, she was falling. You know, he struck that woman? Yes, sir. Either with a gun or with a club? Yes, sir. Your team, you say, become very fractious. Is that all you saw John Lee do? That is all I could be positive about. What was he doing besides that? I could not be positive what he was doing at the time. State whether all of those people were killed there and then. They were. Those in the wagon were all killed. Was it in your wagon or the one behind you that John D. Lee struck the woman? It was in the one ahead of me. Was that woman killed? I think she was. They were all killed. How many cattle had this immigrant train? I don't know, sir. Should judge 300 or 400 head. How many cattle had this immigrant train? I don't know, sir. 300 or 400 head. Do you know who drove these cattle away from that ground? No, sir, I do not. Do you know whose men drove them up? No, sir, only by report, by rumor. Did you see Lee drive any of them? No, sir, I did not. Did you hear him say anything about it? I did not. Did Lee remain there until all the wagons were killed? I think he did. Where did you go then? I drove immediately home. Which way did Lee go? I don't know. He was on the ground when I left. Do you know the names of any of those parties who were killed there? No, sir, I do not. Cross-examined. How many people were present around the wagons when you saw Lee strike the woman? I don't know how many. Were there any others there except Lee and yourself? I have an impression that there were, but I don't know who they were. I have always had an idea that there were one or two or more men. Don't you know, as a matter of fact, that there were? Yes, sir. There was another man that drove the other wagon, but how many more? I don't know. You don't know the names of these men? Not that I recollect of. Were any Indians around there? Yes, sir. Any around the wagon? Yes, sir. Did you see them take any part in the killing? Yes, sir. They took some part in the killing. They were not more than one or two men there, John D. Lee and the men that drove the wagon. How many Indians? I can't tell. Isn't it a matter of fact that about the time you wanted to get away from there and to see as little as possible, I paid just as little as attention as I possibly could. Didn't you make an effort to see as little of it as you could? I did, sir. That explains why you did not see all of it. Yes, sir. I took all the pains I could to see as little as I could. Did not the Indians raise a yell and make a rush for the wagon before you jumped out? Yes, sir, or about that time. Were they not surrounding the wagons at the time you saw Lee strike? Yes, sir. There were Indians all around and close to you at that time? Yes, sir, there were Indians all around, quite a number all around there. Did they rush towards the people in the wagon with hostile intentions? Yes, sir, with apparently hostile intentions. You saw them kill a number of people? Didn't they kill that woman? It was my impression that John D. Lee killed her. Do you know? Yes, sir, I do. Did you see him do anything else except strike? No, sir. That much you did see. Yes, sir, I did. Who saw what this man with you at the Meadows the first time you saw John D. Lee, blah, blah, blah. What are we reading? Mormons and immigrants and Indians and what the fuck, bro? Oh, man, I think it's time for a movie. Shit, oh my, man. Ain't nobody got no ADHD. All right. That's too much Mormon court for me, man. I need a break from Mormon court. Oh, shit. Let's see what these pale faces talking about.
Barbed wire and things along those lines. I mean, and it's particularly in Texas where everything's almost private property. I mean, just giant ranches everywhere, and this was all run by the Comanche.
98% of Texas is.
I mean, and it's particularly in Texas where everything's almost private property. I mean, just giant ranches everywhere, and this was all run by the Comanche. Crazy.
Really
We talk urban sprawl and barbed wire and things along those lines. I mean, and it's particularly in Texas where everything's almost private property. I mean, just giant ranches everywhere, and this was all run by the Comanche.
98% of Texas is. Unlike if you go one state to the west and you're in the big land, public land, government. One state to the west and you're
private property. I mean, urban sprawl and barbed wire and things along those lines. I mean, and it's particularly in Texas where everything's almost private property. I mean, just giant ranches everywhere, and it's where everything's almost private property. I mean, just giant ranch and things along those lines. I mean, and it's particularly in Texas where everything's almost private property. I mean, just giant ranches everywhere, and this was all run by the Comanche.
98% of Texas is. Unlike if you go one state to the west and you're in the big land, public land, government land states. Texas is 98% private now.
That's a weird thing, isn't it?
It is. It's very strange.
How'd that happen?
Well, it happened because that's the way it settled.
Isn't it?
It is. It's very strange.
How'd that?
It is. It's very strange. It is. It's very strange.
How'd that happen?
Very strange.
How'd that happen?
Well, the west and you're at the.
And it's particularly in Texas where everything's almost private property. I mean, just giant ranches everywhere, and this was all run by the Comanche.
98% of Texas is. Unlike if you go one state to the west and you're in the big land, public land, government land states. Texas is 98% private now.
That's a weird thing, isn't it?
It is. It's very strange.
How'd that happen? Giant ranches everywhere, the urban sprawl and barbed wire and things along those lines, all run by the Comanche.
98% of Texas is. Unlike
this was all run by the Comanche.
98% of Texas is. Unlike if you go one state to the west and you're in the big land, public land, government land states. Texas is 98% private now.
That's a weird thing, isn't it?
It is. It's very strange.
How'd that happen?
Well, private now.
That's a weird thing, isn't it?
It is. It's very strange.
How'd that happen?
Well, it happened because that's the way it settled, and the public land states just there was just for one, and it settled, the way it settled, and the public land states, settled,
how'd that happen?
It happened because that's the way. Well, it happened, settled, and the public land states just there was for one thing there was a lot more of apparently sort of useless land in the western states. But anyway, it happened in sort of useless land in the western sort of useless land in the western states. But anyway, it happened in Texas it happened anyway. In western states. It happened.
When you were doing research for this, was all private property. I mean, just giant ranch.
98% of Texas is unlike if you go one state.
This was all run by the Comanche.
98% of Texas is. It is. It's very strange.
How'd that happen?
Well, it happened because that's the way it settled, and the public land states just there was for one thing there was a lot more of apparently sort of useless land western state sort of useless. But anyway, it happened, and in Texas you're lucky to get yourself a state park here and there.
When you were doing research for this, did you meet with any current Comanches?
I met with some of them, and I know some of them. Some of them are on my website. But as far as some of them are on my website. I know some of them. Some of them are on my website. Some of them, and I know.
Meet with any current Comanches?
I met with some of them, and I know some of them. Some of them are on my some of them are on my some of them are on my web, and I know some of them. Some of them, and I know. I met with some of them.
Comanche.
Met with some of them. Some of them are on my website. Some of them are on my web.
This nigga getting the Holy Ghost over here lying.
Website. But as far as interview,
how you acting like you don't know them? They run your website. Man, I hope y'all paying attention, bro. I ain't even done.
Doing them for things that happened 200 or 300 years ago. That's not really that's sort of a non-starter as it happened 200 or 300 years ago. But as far as interviewing them for things that happened, website. But as far as interviewing them for things that happened 200 or 300 years ago, that's not really that's sort of a non-starter as but as far as interviewing them for things that happened 200 or 300 years ago, that's not really that's sort of a non-starter as a historian. Although the book itself is based on lots and lots of interviews with Comanches, but of the era, people who this was there was some great projects done in the 20s and 30s with Comanches who talked about, who had memories of the 19th century. And so a lot of what we know that's in my book that we know about the Comanches and who they are come from all of these interviews. And there's a lot in my book that comes from Comanches, but again, of the era. So, I just figured that interviewing people today about things that happened a long time ago was probably not that efficient.
No, for sure not that efficient, but still, to me, it would be kind of fascinating to see where they are now. I mean, the Native American reservations in this country have traditionally been pretty horrific, and it's very depressing and sad, and so little hope. And
excuse me.
Filled.
The Comanches are a pretty small tribe. They're located in, or their center, although there's no reservations there's no. The Comanches are a pretty small tribe. The Comanches are a pretty small tribe. They're located in a pretty small tribe. They're located in, or the Comanches are a pretty small tribe. Prmary
Resource.
To a lot of tribes, I mean, if you look at the Comanches are a pretty small tribe. They're located in, or their center, although there's no reservations there's no center, although they're located in, or their center, although there's no reservations there's no. Excuse me.
You all right?
No, you ain't all right. I know y'all see him lying.
No, there's no. Excuse me.
You all right?
Yeah, they don't have a tail end of the flu. They don't have a reservation there, but they're. I'd say the last number I heard was 14,000 or. They don't have a reservation there. Yeah, they don't have.
You all right?
There's no reservations there's no. Their center, although there's no tribe. They're they're located in the Comanches are a pretty small tribe. They park here and there.
When you were
there was for one thing there was a lot more of apparently sort of the era. So I
sad, and for the people that live there, singing sad, just to see them having gone from being this incredible warlike tribe to being resigned to these very small patches of
to a lot of tribes. I mean, if you look at the Comanches, the Comanches are a pretty small tribe. They're located in, or their center, although there's no reservations there's no excuse me.
You all right?
Yeah, they don't have a tail end of the flu. They don't have a reservation there, but they're. I'd say the last number I heard was 14,000 or something like that. One of the big, I guess, ironically in some ways, determinant factors in how wealthy a tribe is now is proximity to a major urban area. For example, Chickasaws and Choctaws are in range of DFW, so there are casinos there. Make some of the Sioux reservations, and in terms of Plains Indians and Comanche, they're the land Indians, and where we, the U.S. government, put the Indians, and where we, the U.S. government, put where we put the Indians, and where we, the Indians, and the U.S. government put the Indians. But yeah, this is just where we where it's just where we, the U.S. government, put the Indians, and in terms of Plains Indians and Comanches and Arapahoes and Cheyennes and Sioux and everybody else, they never wanted to be farmers. Farming was exactly what they never wanted to do, and even if you gave them 160 acres, they would sublet it. They would rent it out to usually a white farmer who would farm it, and they would take a sharecropping percentage or something. But yeah, so they didn't want anything to do with that, and above all, they didn't want to be forced into a type of life that they had never done before, and considered it just kind of unseemly.
So, do Comanches have a reservation today?
No.
No reservation? Do Comanches have a reservation today?
No.
No. Do Comanches have a reservation today?
No.
No reservation at all?
Well, the problem is the way. This is going to get into a lot of detail, but
no reservation at all.
Well, the problem is the way.
No reservation. So, do Comanches have a reservation today?
No. Unseemly.
Comanches have a reservation today?
No.
No reservation at all.
Well, the problem is the way. This is going to get into a lot of detail, but I mean, Oklahoma, they basically. They in place of reservations, they gave out individual apportionments of land.
Comanches have a reservation today?
No.
No reservation at all.
Well, the problem, they basically in place of reservations, they gave out individual apportionments of land. In place of reservations, they gave out individual apportionments of land.
Oh, wait a minute.
And had them assimilate.
Yeah, so for example, where I came from in the East Coast, there are reservations. If you go to, say, Colorado, you see the Ute Reservation or some of the reservations. If you go to, say, place of reservation, they have a nation. They do have a nation. It's just they don't have a body of a reservation, but they do have a nation. But a body of a reservation. They do have a nation. It's just they don't have a body. Pretty strongly organized where they are. They speak for Comanches or anybody else, but
erased.
They're pretty. I mean, I think they would.
In danger of having their culture probably get erased.
They're pretty. I mean, I think they would. They would tell you. I mean, I don't want to speak for. They would tell you.
They're in danger of having their culture.
They're pretty. I mean, I think they would. They're pretty strongly organized where they are. They have a nation. They do have a nation. It's just they don't have a body of a reservation, but they do have a nation. Organized where they are. They have organized where they're pretty strongly organized where they are. They have a nation. They do have a nation. It's just they don't have a body of a reservation, but they do have a nation.
But if they have a nation, they don't have the same sort of laws that ones have a reservation.
No, they actually do.
They
So
do?
if you go, for example, I spent some time with the Chickasaws a few years ago. It's incredible. Now they don't have a quote reservation either, but they have little pieces of land that is theirs. But they also have a completely parallel police system, completely parallel legislature. They have parallel healthcare systems, and you can drive through these parts of Oklahoma where, I don't say Choctaws or Cherokees or whoever they may be are. And there are these whole parallel worlds that are existing right in front of you and you don't see.
Change that happened to this continent. Stunning amount of change.
All the buffalo have been killed now, and so the Texas Panhandle, and that's kind of where their sanctuary was, or one of their big sanctuaries were. Owned Paladuro Canyon. There was already a ranch on it. It was already private property. Within a few years, there's barbed wire going all the way up. I mean, this is happening. Their sanctuary was canyon, one of the biggest canyons. I guess camping ground would be Paladuro Canyon, one of the biggest canyons in the American West, up in the Texas Panhandle, and that's kind of where their sanctuary was, or one of their sanctuary was, or one of their canyon, one of the biggest canyons in the American West, up in the Texas Panhandle, and that's kind of where their sanctuary was, or one of their big sanctuaries were. Within that very year, white men already owned Paladuro Canyon. There was already a ranch on it. It was already private property. Within a few years, there's barbed wire going all the way up. I mean, this is happening. I mean, so in other words, you have the transfer of ownership. Suddenly, white people own the land that the. You have the transfer of ownership. Suddenly, white people own the land that the. You have the transfer of ownership. Suddenly, white people own the land that the Indians used to be theirs, right? The second thing that happens is now we have the cattle drives just before barbed wire, and then there's only a few years of cattle drives, and then the barbed wire goes up, and this happens with just breathtaking speed. Own the land that the Indians used to be theirs, right? This is happening. I mean, so in other words, you have the transfer of ownership. Suddenly, white people own the land that the Indians used to be theirs, right? The second thing that happens is now we have the cattle drives just before barbed wire, and then there's only a few years of cattle drives, and then the barbed wire.
That's a weird thing, isn't it?
It is. 98% of Texas is, unlike if you go one.
Texas, where everything's almost private property. I mean, just giant ranches everywhere, and this was all run by the Comanche.
98% of Texas is.
It's really crazy.
Really
We're
recent.
talking about the urban sprawl and barbed wire and things along those lines.
Barbed wire, and then there's only a few years of cattle drives, and then the barbed wire goes up, and this happens with just breathtaking speed. And I mean, from really the moment that they started killing the buffalo off in the 1870 or something, 1871. Just breathtaking speed. And I mean, from really the moment that they started killing the buffalo off in the 1870 or something, 1871 to, I mean, full barbed wire. It's less than a couple decades.
Nah, Hawk School, you tripping. You tripping, Hawk School. You reaching.
Scott, as I travel around Utah and speak to various groups about Native American culture, I find there's a lot of people that are not well versed on Mormon Native American relationship. Let's talk about that for a second. What are some of those various groups about Native American culture? I find there's a lot of people that are not well versed on travel around Utah and speak to various groups about Native American culture, I find there's a lot of people that are not well versed on Mormon Native American relationship. Let's talk about that for a second. What are some of those early aspirations that those early leaders had in relationship to the Native American people?
I think you're right. There is not a lot known in a broader society about this. But it's interesting that Latter-day Saints had a theology that was unique. But it's interesting that not a lot
Native American people.
I think you're right.
In relationship to the Native American people.
I think you're right. There is not a lot known in a broader society about this. But it's interesting that Latter-day Saints had a theology that was unique in a society about this. There's not a lot known in a broader society.
Relationship to the Native American people. Early aspirations that those early leaders had. Those early aspirations that those early leaders had. Those early aspirations that those early leaders had in relationship to the Native American people.
I think you're right. There is not a lot known in a broader society about this. But it's interesting that Latter-day Saints had a theology that was unique in America and probably in the world. And it stemmed from the Book of Mormon, which declared that American Indians were a chosen people and that they deserved all of the access. A chosen people, unique in America and probably in the world. And it stemmed from the Book of Mormon, which declared that American Indians were a chosen people, unique in America and probably in the world. And it stemmed from the Book of Mormon, which declared that American Indians were a chosen people and that they deserved all of the access to all of the rights and privileges that the gospel could afford. And that caused Latter-day Saints to at least attempt to treat them in a different and better way than the larger cultures. To treat them, caused Latter-day Saints to at least attempt to treat them in a different and better way than the larger cultures were treating.
We gotta watch the video. I know it's boring as shit, but they got all the photos and shit. I seen pictures on here I ain't never seen in my life. These niggas got their own separate little shit. Y'all see my man got the G hat on? Remember him from the other picture? They got the other one. Look. Do we got him up here?
What were some of the barriers?
I think culturally, these are people that saw many things very differently. And it was more than just lifestyle as hunter-gatherers.
Barriers.
I think culturally, these are people that saw many things very differently. And it was more than just lifestyle as hunter-gatherers versus settled.
Them don't look like no white people.
Farmers. It was how you see the world, how you see your relationship with deep.
Oh, in the same spot all year round. So
why they put the niggas in the back? You know how I knew them? Because all my niggas got they motherfucking, look at my niggas hats on. Bam. Bam. Look, this nigga hat tip. Boom. Tip. Boom. Well, you see him back there. And they fly. They in the cut, man. Fuck this picture, man. Fuck these niggas on. Y'all see them. Screenshot it, nigga. Zoom in. Those. That's my tribe back there, nigga. That's my clan. What you talking about, nigga? They got the pictures. Who took this picture? Y'all ain't never seen this. Who ever seen this in their entire life? LDS got it.
Required us to changing seasons. In fact, we refer to ourselves as Sosogoi, which means people who travel on foot. And it was because, in fact, we refer to ourselves as Sosogoi, which means people who travel on foot. And it was because of that, our gathering lifestyles. Can you talk about that balance and how the introduction of ourselves as Sosogoi, which means people who travel on foot. And it was because of that, our gathering lifestyles. Can you talk about that balance and how the introduction of a group of people, the Mormon people, upset that delicate balance?
One of the things that was most devastating to the Shoshone was that the cattle were set out to graze on these huge fields of natural grasses, which seemed like a reasonable move on the part of European Americans, not realizing that the seeds that grew on those grasses were a major food source for the Shoshone. So these things that seemed like innocent efforts at settlement really caused deprivation and ultimately starvation.
So as our people are starving and we look out and see a cow out in the middle of a field, and to us, it's an easy call. You go
Hold on. Yeah, you see it. Let me take this off here so you get a screenshot of your ancestors. Hold on, let me get this off here. I didn't know how to. This nigga back here, man. This nigga. I digress. Yeah, I don't want to listen to him talk, but it's for the pictures.
take the cow to feed your family.
Because you've shared the land, so
anything we were. It's better to feed the Indians than to fight them. And I think they understood the responsibility they had towards them and who
horrific event to happen in the American.
That there was a God among the Mormon people.
Confined to the reservation. They were not
We could come and
confined.
go.
They were not, in a way, prisoners. One thing was, you weren't confined to Washakie or any of the other reservations that to the way that American Indians were treated on reservations. They were definitely restrained and restricted in their movements, and they would adhere to. They were prohibited from speaking their native languages.
And that whole experience at Washakie was completely opposite. And I was told by my grandmother that once converted, our people exercised a childlike faith that was probably not seen since the people of Ammon in the Book of Mormon days. I know we were full tithe payers. By my grandmother that
their native languages.
And that whole experience at Washakie was completely opposite. And I was told by my grandmother that once converted, our people exercised a childlike faith that was probably not seen since the people of Ammon in the Book of Mormon days. I know we were full tithe payers for a number of years. We dedicated more than 1,000 hours to the building of the Logan Temple. Our people went to the temple often and did work for those who passed Bear River.
It's a remarkable story.
Number of years. We dedicated more than 1,000 hours to the building of the Logan Temple. Our people went to the temple often and did work for those who passed Bear River.
It's a remarkable
temple often and did work for those to the building of the Logan Temple. Our people went to the temple often and did work for those who passed Bear River.
It's a remarkable story and one that I wish had happened everywhere, but it happened there.
Wait a minute. I just want to take a moment. I just want to see what kind of work they're doing up at the temple. I'm probably tripping, man. And then, you know what I'm saying? Just because they say that they came from the Rockies and let me see if I'm gonna just look up something. I'm gonna look a little more, man. Maybe I'm tripping. Let me see. Let's see what we got here. Probably just tripping, man. Probably just tripping. Try. It's you know. I'm trying to just let y'all, you know.
but temporarily reversed. On the North American continent, where the there was only one place on the North American continent where the expansion of the 19th century frontier was not only halted, but temporarily reversed. That place was in Texas. The tribe that managed not only to resist colonization, but was also a powerful key figure at that time was the Comanches. But that managed not only to resist colonization, but was also a powerful key figure at that time was the Comanches. Within their culture, boys learned to hunt and ride at a very early age, and they would become warriors in their mid-teens. Their incredible military mastery derived from the horse. They were the tribe that could do more with the horse than any other tribe could. Derived from the horse. They were the tribe that could do more with the horse than any other tribe could. They used horses to hunt buffalo and wage war. Comanches were incredibly warlike people. At the height of their power, they swept everyone off the southern plains. They conducted raids on both other native tribes and settlers. During these raids, all enemy adult males were killed. That was one of the reasons why natives always fought to the death. Small children were killed as well as babies. A lot of the children in the 3 to 10 year range were often taken as captives. The women were often raped and either killed or taken captive. Captives would be taken back to camp and tortured. Tortures include cutting off parts of the body, torture by fire, and gang raping women. Many other tribes completely abandoned the southern plains rather than continuously fight with them. And gang raping women, cutting off either killed or taken captive. Many other tribes completely abandoned the southern plains. Rather than continuously fight with them. The Tonkawa tribe was nearly exterminated by the Comanches, and some of the leftovers of that tribe later became scouts of the United States Army, helping to track down their arch-enemies, rather than continuously fight with them. The Tonkawa tribe was nearly exterminated by the Comanches, and some of the leftovers of that tribe later became scouts of the United States Army, helping to track down their arch-enemies. Long before the conflict with American settlers in Texas, Comanches made life miserable there, not only for the Spanish colonials, but also for the Plains Apaches. The Comanches rode the southern plains to hunt buffalo and raid. The Lipan Apaches took the full force of their attacks and were driven from the Texas plains before the first Anglo-American settlers came. They were forced from their original homeland by the Comanches and ended up settling in New Mexico, Arizona, from the Texas plains before the first Anglo-American settlers came. Were driven from the Texas plains before the first Anglo-American settlers came. They were forced from their original homeland by the Comanches and ended up settling in New Mexico, Arizona, and far west Texas. Were driven from the Texas plains before the first Anglo-American settlers came. They were forced from their original homeland by the Comanches and ended up settling in New Mexico, Arizona, and far west Texas. On the other hand, the Kiowas formed a strategic alliance with the Comanches. A large group of mounted natives unknown to the Spanish drove mounted native early 1758. a large group of mounted natives unknown to the Spanish happened in early 1758. A large group of mounted natives unknown to the Spanish drove off the herd of horses that grazed between San Antonio and the mission the Spaniards had built for converting Apaches. Seeing that the Spanish and the Apaches were now on good terms, 2,000 Comanches raided the Mission San Saba. Now terms, and the Apaches were now on good terms. Seeing that the Spanish and the Apaches were now on good terms, 2,000 Comanches raided the Mission San Saba, now occupied by 35 men. The raiders commanded 5 men. The Comanches raided the Mission San Saba, now occupied by 35 men. Following years, all the people in those settlements knew what a Comanche raid was and what it meant. The Comanches raided for horses, mules, and captives across the Southwest in the 18th and early 19th centuries. But until the 1820s, the Spanish and Mexican settlements and ranches in Texas were their principal targets. In 1836, a 9-year-old girl named Cynthia Ann Parker was kidnapped during a Comanche raid in North Texas. A 9-year-old girl named Cynthia Ann Parker was kidnapped during a Comanche raid in North Texas. She was strapped onto the back of a horse and taken north, back into the plains, where the powerful tribe lived. Parker later became a full member of the Comanches. She eventually married a highly respected Comanche chief and gave birth to 3 children, including Juana Parker, who would grow up to become the last free and one of the greatest Comanche leaders. In the mid-1800s, they began to raid deep into Mexican territory, even coming close to Mexico City. They would raid under the Comanche moon, meaning they preferred to raid at night, in full moon, so that coming close to Mexico City. They would raid under the Comanche moon, meaning they preferred to raid at night, in full moon, so that they would have better visibility. The most famous Comanche raid is the Great Raid of 1840. The raid came as a retaliation for the Council House fight, a tragic incident that occurred in San Antonio. 35 Comanches, including 12 chiefs, were killed. The remaining 30 Comanches, primarily women and children, were imprisoned by the Texans, were killed, and exchange captives broke out, and 35 Comanches, including 12 chiefs, were killed. The remaining 30 Comanches, primarily women and children, were imprisoned by the Texans. 7 Texans were also killed in the melee, and 8 were wounded. As a response, a few months later, the Comanches launched a retaliatory raid. An estimated 500 warriors, led by Chief Buffalo Hump, made a sweep through South Texas, completely devastating the towns of Victoria and Linville, killing 25 Texans while stealing and burning settlements. During and after the Civil War, things were chaotic on the frontier. Retreating. The reason for this reversal of what previously and elsewhere had seemed inevitable, his mission was to defeat the Comanches who controlled Mackenzie depredations. The U.S. Army in 1871 sent Civil War veteran Colonel Ronald Slidell Mackenzie
Peace to the tribes. Hit that like, subscribe, share, all that fly shit. It's almost over, man. It's all gonna make sense. It take a little time to get this shit all the way together. You see, I ain't telling y'all, I ain't saying shit. I'm just showing you shit, dog. I ain't saying shit. Captivity of the Oatman Girls being an interesting narrative of life among the Apache and Mojave Indians, containing interesting account of the massacre of the Oatman family by the Apache Indians in 1851. The narrow escape of Lorenzo D. Oatman, the capture of Olive and Mary A. Oatman, the death by starvation of the latter, the 5 years suffering and captivity of Olive A. Oatman. Also, her singular recapture in 1856 is given by Lorenzo. What the fuck is this, Hawk School? Lorenzo Oatman. What is this, Hawk School? Do I got any bookmarks? Nope. Let's see what. All right. Maybe I'm moving too fast. We'll get to that. I don't need that no more. Peace to the tribes. Peace to the tribes. Happy Saturday, man. You know, for all y'all who, you know, tuned in, I really appreciate you taking time out of your life. You know what I'm saying? I won't waste it. Hold on. Hold on, shouty. I'm just showing you shit. Oh, let's go back to. Yeah. I forgot. I'm so lit. I don't know if I've been reading or watching the video. Fuck it, we'll watch another one. Put some balls and arrows in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear. Shout out. It's almost over, man. I don't know why they're making these live streams might be extra long. Pause. I don't know what the fuck, man. Too much shit, man. I'm lucky I could get it in one video and make it sense. Especially when they be fucking with my shit. See what we got here. All right. Bear with me. Here, let's and besides, you know what I'm saying? It ain't like just because they say that those Comanches came from the Rockies in the mid-1800s. I mean, in Utah, it's part of Texas. It's not like the same motherfucker is up there. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't connect that. You know what I'm saying? That don't make no sense. What's this? Ain't nothing. That shit don't even make sense. Motherfucker, that shit don't even relate to no witchcraft, and you know what I'm saying? That nigga be tripping, dog. What's this? I know it's muted, nigga. So it gonna make sense. What is going on? What is going on? And then like that shit don't even. We'll just let's see what this is.
The 20th of March 1903. Born sometime in 1837, died on the 20th of March. Oatman. Olive Oatman. Born sometime in 1837, died on the 20th of March 1903. Olive grew up in the Mormon religion, and in 1850 her family joined a Brewsterite wagon train from Independence, Missouri, headed for California. In 1850 her family joined a Brewsterite wagon religion, and on the 20th of March 1903. 1837, died on the 20th of March 1903. Olive grew up in the Mormon religion, and in 1850 her family joined a Brewsterite wagon train from Independence, Missouri, headed for California, led by the Church of Christ prophet James C. Brewster. The group, which numbered between 85 and 93, split in two around New Mexico, and the Oatmans, along with several other families, traveled south via Tucson, Arizona. Warned of the Barrens, along with New Mexico. The group, which numbered between 85 and 93, split in two around New Mexico, and the Oatmans, along with several other families, traveled south via Tucson, Arizona. Warned of the barren and dangerous territory ahead, more and more families abandoned their goal of reaching California until the Oatmans were left traveling alone. Olive's family was attacked by members of the Western Yavapai on the banks of the Gila River outside Utah. The Western Yavapai. Olive's family was attacked by members of the Western Yavapai were left traveling alone. California until the Oatmans were left traveling alone. Olive's family was attacked by members of the Western Yavapai on the banks of the Gila River outside Yuma, Arizona, in what became known as the Mormon Massacre. Olive's parents had 7 children at the time, ranging in age from 1 to 17 years old. Her entire family was killed except her 15-year-old brother Lorenzo, who was left for dead, and her 7-year-old sister Mary Ann. Her entire family was killed except her 15-year-old brother Lorenzo, who was left for dead, and her 7-year-old sister, Mary Ann. Olive and her sister were taken captive and forced to walk the roughly 100-mile journey to the Yavapai village, where they were used as slaves to forage for food and carry water and firewood. Yavapai village. Olive and her sister were taken captive and forced to walk the roughly 100-mile journey to the Yavapai village, where they were used as slaves to forage for food and carry water. Yavapai village, where they were used as slaves to forage for food and carry water and firewood. After a year with the Yavapai, they were traded to the Mojave for 2 horses, blankets, vegetables, and some trinkets. Traded to the Mojave for 2 horses, blankets, vegetables, and some trinkets. Traded to the Mojave for 2 horses, blankets, vegetables, and some trinkets. Olive Oatman. Born sometime in 1837, died on the 20th of March 1903. Born sometime in 1837, died on the 20th of March 1903. Also given a clan name, Oak, of the dead, and be whose wife, Espineo, and daughter made the arduous journey. Traded to the Mojave for 2 horses, blankets, vegetables, and some trinkets. After a year with the Yavapai slaves to forage for food, a 100-mile journey to the Yavapai village, where they were used as slaves to forage for food and carry water and firewood. After a year with the Yavapai, they were traded to the Mojave for 2 horses, blankets, vegetables, and some trinkets. With the Yavapai, they were After a year with the Yavapai, they were traded to the Mojave for 2 horses, blankets, vegetables, and some trinkets. The Mojave village was back in Yuma, so once again the girls made the arduous journey. When they arrived, they were taken in by the family of a tribal leader, Espinese, whose wife, Espineo, and daughter, Topeka, took a particular interest in their welfare. Olive and Mary Ann were both marked on their chins and arms by traditional Mojave tattoos, believed to ensure they would both be granted entry to the land of the dead. By traditional Mojave tattoos, believed to ensure they would both be granted entry to the land of the dead. Arms by traditional Mojave tattoos, believed to ensure they would both be granted entry to the land of the dead and be recognized as Mojaves. Olive was also given a clan name, Oak, and a nickname, Spancer, a Mojave word for unquenchable lust. Name, Spancer, a Mojave word for unquenchable lust. Mojave tattoos, believed to ensure they would both be granted entry to the land of the dead and be recognized as Mojaves. Olive was also given a clan name, Oak, and a nickname, Spancer, a Mojave word for unquenchable lust. Due to a drought in the region around 1855, Mary Ann, along with several other Mojaves, died of starvation. Probably due to extensive railroad surveying, and it was agreed that Olive should leave. To threats to the Mojaves, and further negotiations initially involved offers of trade, but developed into threats to the Mojaves, and it was agreed that Olive should leave. She was escorted to Fort Yuma, accompanied by Topeka, on a 20-day journey. Before entering the fort, she was loaned Western clothing by the wife of an army officer, as she was bare-chested, wearing only a traditional Mojave. Sister, titled Captivity, published a book about the dead. She was reunited with her brother Lorenzo. Within days of her arrival, she was reunited with her brother Lorenzo, whom she had believed to be dead, a meeting which made headline news across the West. In 1850, Pastor Royal B. Stratton published a book about the experiences of Olive and her sister, titled Captivity of the Oak, at the age of 65 in 1903. Olive was presented with many opportunities to leave the Mojave by revealing herself to various groups of white traders who visited the village during her time there. Later in life, she often referred to Espineo and Topeka affectionately the Mojave by revealing herself to various. Olive was presented with many opportunities to leave the Mojave by Olive was presented with many opportunities to leave the Mojave by revealing herself to various groups of white traders who visited the village during her time there. Later in life, she often referred to Espineo and Topeka used by her captors, declaring in Stratton's assumptions that she was abused in New York, where they were a tribal leader in New York. Later in life, she often referred to Espineo and Topeka affectionately, and met with a Mojave tribal leader in New York, where they reportedly spoke fondly of old times. She ardently denied assumptions that she was abused by her captors, declaring in Stratton's book that, to the honor of these savages, let it be said, they never
Got the hay!
This is simple texting.
Book, and I mean, just, and then more books that I've gotten into subsequently, that this was something that was going on before the white settlers even got there, that this way of life and the raiding.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
And just the fact that it's so recent. That's what's really crazy.
Really
We're talking
recent.
about the urban.
I'm trying not to get no copyright strike.
Plain to see how you got your name.
You big shoulders. Young one, he who follows.
You speak pretty good American.
Follows. Young one, he who follows.
You speak pretty good American.
You big shoulders. Young one, he who follows.
You speak pretty good American. For a Comanche. Comanche. Good American. You speak pretty good American. For a Comanche. Someone teach you?
Tisha. Beneye.
You speak pretty good American. For a Comanche. Someone teach you?
Tisha. Beneye. Belakana kwe.
Kirshit. We'll pitch camp the other side of the creek. We've seen scalps before.
This before. This before. This before.
Seen scalps before.
This before.
No, Hawk School, you reaching.
Before. This before.
We've seen scalps before.
This before.
If you don't know what that is, I can't tell you. Straight up. You're in the wrong class. You seen that before?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Put some bows and arrows in the chat if you've seen that before. I hope you got a screenshot. I'm going to get a screenshot later. But still, high school, you still reaching. Comanches. What's going on here? Oh, man, with all this weird music.
Native Americans would have been responsible for the murder of those 3 Mormon men. El Dorado County in the early part of the gold rush. Now, I was talking out of El Dorado County in the early part of the gold rush. Now, I was talking about Tragedy Springs, and it really, there's no way Native Americans would have been responsible for the murder of those 3 Mormon men. And I gave the reasons why. Well, here's something else to put on this. Native Americans would have been responsible for the murder of those 3 Mormon men.
Now, there's another incident because apparently, I ain't even gonna comment. Just let this shit just roll.
And I gave the reasons why. Well, here's something else to put on this. The Second Indian War of El Dorado County, a band of Indian warriors on horseback rode into Cockeye County, a band in the early part of the gold rush. And this is the main trail coming out of El Dorado County in the early part of the gold rush. Here at Tragedy Springs, and this is the main trail coming out of El Dorado County in the early part of the gold rush. Now, I was talking about Tragedy Springs, and it really, there's no way Native Americans would have been responsible for the murder of those 3 Mormon men. And I gave the reasons why. Well, here's something else to put on this. The Second Indian War of El Dorado County, a band of Indian warriors on horseback rode into Cockeye Jack Johnson's, which is where today's Apple Mountain Golf Course is located. Jack Johnson's, which is where War of El Dorado County, a band of Indian warriors on horseback rode into Cockeye Jack Johnson's, which is where today's Apple Mountain Golf Course is located. And they shot the place up, and they stole these horses and some cattle. Then they went down and they hit Ringgold, which no longer exists as a town, but it's close to what's now Diamond Springs, which they did hit. They hit Diamond Springs, and then they hit the town of El Dorado, shooting at miners' cabins and tents, and rounding up all the horses and cattle, and then they supposedly are told they turned around and took them out. Well, this is the way they'd have to go to come out. Now, when Captain Rogers and the El Dorado County militia dispersed Johnson's, mysteriously enough, they just hung out and drank was whiskey, and and the sheriffs, if you will, dispersed to go get them Injuns, get on the trail. When they showed up at Cockeye Jack Johnson's, mysteriously enough, they just hung out and drank was whiskey and panned for gold in a place that really didn't have any gold, and they roamed around and they didn't find any Indians. Well, they did find one Indian, but they admitted that Indian, there's no way he was involved in it, so there was nothing on with him. And eventually they had to get Peg Leg Smith to go find Copahembo and some Hill Nisanon to sign a peace treaty. Well, here's why. Right beside me. If you're running a couple hundred head of horses and cattle out of Cockeye Jack Johnson's, Diamond Springs, and El Dorado, you've got to come right through here, because here's the spring. On the other side of this hill is a cliff, and the other side of that is a granite boulder field that drops off into a cliff. You got to come through here. If you are 3 or 4 years, if a couple of hundred horses and cattle came through it, an idiot can track years old, you can tell on this dirt, if a couple of hundred horses and cattle came through it. An idiot can track anything on this. This is the only place they can come. When Rogers and the guys showed up at Cockeye Jack Johnson's, there was no trail of a couple of hundred head of horses and cattle going this way. So they had to find some Indians to sign a peace treaty so that they could get reimbursement money. They knew eventually they had to find some Indians to sign a peace treaty so that they could get reimbursement money. Eventually they had to find some Indians to sign a peace treaty so that they could get reimbursement money. They knew the minute they showed up at Cockeye Jack Johnson, then the ground wasn't all torn up with horse poop and cattle poop and tracks going this.
Dein Obst ist knackig, frisch verpackt, fein Zitrone, groß und kompakt. Du schüttelst mich nicht ab und ich häng.
Y'all ain't ready. When I show you this one, no, not yet. Let's do this one. All right, the next one though.
A Utah County family made a spooky discovery just before Halloween, a plant that has ties to the Salem witch trials.
It's actually a fairly rare find in Utah. And as news specialist Mike Anderson explains, it's now just one of a few ties that family has.
Gaining traction on social media because she brought attention to her disability. Teenagers gaining.
No, not yet.
A Utah County family made a spooky discovery just before Halloween, a plant that has ties to the Salem witch trials.
It's actually a fairly rare find in Utah. And as news specialist Mike Anderson explains, it's now just one of a few ties that family has to a difficult time in history.
In this remote part of Sanpete County on a piece of family-owned land.
In process of working on our property, we found this plant.
Hannah Stoddard picked up what looks like some wheat with darker pieces of grain.
Stoddard said she thought maybe it was some wild rice, something that they could grow, harvest, and eat. Luckily, they checked first.
Historically, it's been the cause of thousands of deaths.
Dean Miner, a professor with the Utah State University Extension Office in Provo, says it's a wheatgrass infected with a fungus called ergot of rye.
Consumption of grain that's got ergotism is what they call it, can cause very erratic behavior in people.
And Miner says some historians believe that effect may have led to the witch trials in Salem, Massachusetts back in the late 1600s.
Part of their behavior, just acting erratically, doing strange things, that could have very easily been interpreted as witch-like behavior.
Luckily, the Stoddard family won't have to worry about that, even though Hannah says she did taste a bit of it before turning it in.
One grain.
but adding to the irony of this story.
The Puritans actually based their entire civilization, their entire culture on the Bible, on the Old Testament.
Stoddard teaches high school history and says she's studied the witch trials closely.
One of the principles in the Old Testament is that you always have a system of witnesses at trials, and they were not following those principles.
Oh, and did I mention that the Stoddards live in Salem, Utah?
A little humorous, I guess you could say.
But as far as the grain they found,
it's humorous.
You're not a Wiccan, right?
I'm not. I'm a traditional witch.
You're not a Wiccan, right?
I'm not. I'm a traditional witch.
You're a witch.
I am.
What's the difference?
Witch is a person that follows a particular path of craft. It is like the craft of learning. A blacksmith learns the craft of smithing, and witches learn the craft of witching. A Wiccan is one that reveres the goddess. It's a religion where craft is not, is a spiritual path. A spiritual path. A spiritual path. A spiritual path.
So what is the craft of witching?
Well, it can be a lot of different things. A spiritual path. A spiritual path.
So what is the craft of witching?
Well, it can be a lot of different things. It could be a medium.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you'll figure it out.
And what is what?
Mm-hmm. You know, you'll figure it
and
out.
What? Mm-hmm.
You know, you'll figure it
and
out.
What are spell candles?
A spell candle is when purpose.
Can you do bad things to people?
You can.
Can you do bad things to people?
You can.
Can you do bad things to people?
You can. Is it a good idea? No.
Yeah.
This is where we call the town constable right now and tell them we've got a witch amongst
Bring
us.
the torches.
Burn the witch. Burn.
The town constable right now and tell them we've got a witch amongst
Bring
us.
the torches.
Burn the witch. Burn.
I say hang out with her.
Yeah. or befriend the witch. Yeah. Befriend the witch. You're not a Wiccan, right?
I'm not. I'm a traditional witch.
You're a witch.
I am.
What's the difference?
Witch is a person that follows.
You're not a Wiccan, right?
I'm not. I'm a traditional witch.
You're a witch.
I am.
What's the difference?
Witch is a person that follows a particular path of craft. It is like the craft of
Create a professional logo that best reflects your
Grand American Hotel today. Black hats, pointed noses, and broomsticks were all part of the scenery at Salt Lake's Grand American Hotel today.
More than
At Salt Lake's Grand American Hotel today.
More than 70 witches and others, adults and kids alike, drank tea together at the 5th Annual Black Hat Society Halloween celebration.
Black hats, pointed noses, and broomsticks were all part of the scenery at Salt Lake's Grand American Hotel today.
More than 70 witches and others, adults and kids alike, drank tea together at the 5th Annual Black Hat Society Halloween celebration. Everybody wore their best robes
Oh,
and capes
man,
and hats
get them
and
out the
wands,
chat,
forks
man.
and toads optional. Participants say they...
I'm exposing too much. Here they come with them motherfuckers. Yep, I know. too much. I know. It's almost done.
Are Native Americans the descendants of the Lamanites from the Book of Mormon? This is a question which has become more important recently as and Apostle from the Lord video on the church website includes a talk given by past prophet and subject. Includes a talk given by past prophet and apostle Spencer W. Kimball on the subject.
The prophet Joseph Smith, when he was dedicating the Kirtland Temple in 1836, in his prayer, which he stated later, was a revelation from the Lord. He made this statement, "And Father, cause that the remnants of Jacob, who have been cursed and smitten because of their transgression, be converted from their wild and savage condition to the fullness of the everlasting gospel." The prophet Joseph Smith gave us this thought, that the Lord brought us out here to bring the gospel to the Lamanites. One of the most important things that can possibly happen in this whole dispensation of the fullness of the times is to bring the gospel to the Lamanites. Brigham Young seemed to catch the vision of it. He said that the Lord could not have devised a better plan than to have put us where we were in order to accomplish that very thing of educating and teaching the Lamanites. We had pretty well reservationed them here in the western states. They were in our every county, in our every... It wasn't very long after the plates had come out of the hill. If we desire to retain the approval of God, Oliver Cowdery, even in his early day, had found the Navajos in the far southwest, and he reported it to the brethren and seemed to feel it was a very important thing. Brother Wilford Woodruff said this further as he went down into the southwest, down in old New Mexico, and visited among the Indians there. He said, "In my short communication of the 2nd, I promised to give a fuller account down into the southwest, down in old New Mexico, and visited down in old New Mexico, and visited among the Indians down in old New Mexico, and visited among the old New Mexico, and important thing." Brother Wilford Woodruff said this further as he went down into the southwest, down in old New Mexico, and visited among the Indians there. He said, "In my short communication of the 2nd, I promised to give a fuller account of my visit to the Isletas, which I will now endeavor to do." The Isletas are one of the Pueblo groups down in New Mexico. I view my visit among the Nephites, one of the most interesting missions of my life, although short. I say Nephites because if there are any Nephites on this continent, we have found them among the Zunas, Lagunas, and Isletas, for they are a different race of people altogether from the Lamanites. I class the Navajos, Mokees, and Apaches with the Lamanites, although they are in advance of many Indian tribes of America. I class the Lagunas. Why do you dismiss us and leave us? I'm white and delightsome people. I should like to quote again from President John Taylor. He said, "The work among the Lamanites must not be postponed. Thus far we have been content simply to baptize them and let them run wild again. But this must continue no longer."
Dynamic motherfucking opposite of goddamn. Bro. Let me get some balls. Oh, fuck. Hey, back on that bullshit. Oh. Okay. No, my shit is plugged in. Let me get some balls and arrows in the chat if you can hear me, man. Fuck these motherfuckers, bro. Y'all know damn well I ain't put this shit. The fuck? Yeah. Hold on. This one. Yeah, let's get them to tell on themselves. I love when I get them to tell on themselves. Hold on. Okay, Texas.
For the first time in history.
Okay. Because I ain't gonna say nothing. They sent the drones in, so you know it's up. That's not the one. You know it's up. They got the drones in the goddamn chat. Okay, Utah. Okay, so it's a herb from the Rockies. Okay. Do I want to read something? I don't. I'm trying to. I be omitting some shit. You know what I'm saying? Once I think motherfuckers get the picture. Why not?
That even most Mormons have never seen, and those who have sworn never to reveal these secrets.
Quickly across the throat by placing the right thumb under the left ear, drawing the penalty is
Sworn never to reveal these.
The penalty is represented by placing the right thumb under the left ear, drawing the thumb quickly across the throat to the right ear, and dropping the hand to the side.
Heart and our vitals torn out.
The execution of the penalty is represented by drawing the thumb, having authority.
Receive the benefits of Mormonism is an authentic first time ever on film reenactment of secret.
No, we don't want no reenactment because that could be fake, Hawk School. I know. So I'm finna have one of these goddamn pale faces break in. Here go your motherfucking Comanches. These your Comanches, dog. Oh, sacrificing niggas and shit.
We will now uncover the veil. We will now uncover the veil. We will now uncover the veil. Brethren and sisters, this is the veil of the temple. I will now explain the marks on the veil. These 4 marks are the marks of the holy priesthood, and corresponding marks are found in your individual garment. Leading to eternal life is the mark of the compass. It is placed in the garment of the covenants entered into this day. On the left is the mark of the compass. It is placed in the garment over the left breast. A constant reminder that desire whole. Through the one on the right, he asks us certain questions. Through the one on the left, we give our answers. As all of you will have to pass through the veil, we will show you how this is to be done. The person is brought to this point, and the worker gives 3 distinct wanted. Adam is the first token of the N.A.F.M. for the dead, It is the first given name of the person for whom he is officiating. I will, through the veil, the Aaronic priesthood, it has reached. I have not yet received it. For this purpose I have come to converse with the Lord through the veil. You shall receive it through the veil. It is received as left arms are placed upon right shoulders through the veil. The Lord then gives. You shall receive it.
You know who you remind me of? Oh, y'all probably don't know because y'all don't really study history like that. You know what I'm saying? The people who think this shit ain't adding up, ain't making sense. You remind me of the nigga from the video. James Vardaman. Born July 26, 1861. Just as the Civil War commenced, Vardaman studied law but did not practice his profession as he turned to journalism. Vardaman became the editor of the Greenwood Commonwealth and later published Vardaman's Weekly. From his editorial perch, Vardaman penned broadsides that lacerated those he felt who deserved to be condemned and won himself a wide following amongst the less fortunate white citizens. Politics soon beckoned James Vardaman, and he was elected to the Mississippi House of Representatives. In 1890, reelected twice more, Vardaman served as Speaker of the House in 1895. Vardaman ran for government in 1895, blah, blah, blah. James Vardaman ran for governor of Mississippi for the third time in 1903 and won the Democratic nomination, which was tantamount to election, blah, blah, blah. Mississippi's elite ruling class ridiculed Vardaman's support as rednecks. A title they wore proudly, oftentimes appearing at rallies wearing bright red handkerchiefs tied about their necks. The other element of Vardaman's politics was a virulent racism, which threatened the state's economy. Vardaman possessed an unusual and commanding presence. One can easily presume James Vardaman became a model for the character of a Southern politician. More than 6 feet tall, Vardaman wore his hair long. Interesting. Swept back from the forehead and falling about his shoulders. During the winter, Vardaman was dressed in black, oftentimes wearing a hat and a cape while out. During the heat of the summer, Vardaman was resplendent in all white, wearing a white suit, a white hat, clutch in his hand, and white boots. James K. Vardaman would oftentimes arrive in small towns sitting on cotton bales in a wagon drawn by 40 yoke of white oxen. Damn, where he getting all these? Never mind. Dubbed the Great White Chief, or White Chief, for not only his apparel but his fierce racism in promoting white supremacy. Fucking up the chat. That's why y'all got them wrenches. Y'all got to get down. Damn, bro. We gotta get out of here now, man. They on us. They on us, kid.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the Top Town Network.
I am a full stack UI.
Oh yeah, before we go there, let's just check and just double check Hawk School. Let's just double check.
In a city filled with inspiring monuments, one Washington, D.C. landmark has long been something of a mystery. Until now. Ed O'Keefe offers us a tour.
2-ton gold-covered angel issues a clarion into the sky. At their pinnacle, a 2-ton gold-covered angel issues a clarion call, mystery to the millions who stream by on.
That is one of the reasons we have this open house. But it's one of the reasons
What do they think of that?
we smile. But it's one of the reasons we have this open house. We won't get everybody who comes around the corner on the Beltway. But I hope more and more will see it as something much, much more than Oz.
Todd Christofferson and David Bednar are 2 of the 12 apostles. Todd Christofferson and David Bednar are 2 of the 12 apostles, or the highest-ranking elders of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Mental and so important to how we live.
Of race, sexuality, and gender. But the growing diversity among its nearly 17 million members across 6 continents suggests their message is the baptistry.
And how warm's the water?
Surprisingly,
to feel the Holy Spirit, to listen and to pray.
Surprisingly,
water.
It's warm.
Soaring cathedral-like space inside. Most of the rooms are windowless, hushed, and intimate.
What the fuck, bro? They don't even let niggas in.
Space inside. Most of the rooms are windowless, hushed, and intimate. One room that does wow is the baptistry.
And how warm's the water?
It's warm. They keep it warm.
This baptismal font, perched atop 12 life-size oxen symbolizing the tribes of Israel,
They keep it warm.
This baptismal font, perched atop 12 life-size oxen symbolizing the tribes of Israel, isn't for the living, but to anoint the souls of church members' long-deceased ancestors. The living, life-size oxen symbolizing
They keep it warm. Warm. They keep it.
And how warm's the water?
It's warm. It's warm. They keep it warm.
This font, perched atop 12 This
warm's the water.
It's warm.
This baptism of life-size oxen symbolizing the tribes of Israel isn't for the living, but to anoint the souls of church members' long-deceased ancestors.
How do they know that that's something that ancestor wants?
They don't. They just plain don't know. But they can hope.
It is, in a sense, a free will offering to that person who in the eternities can choose to accept, who in the eternities can choose to free will offering to that person who.
Religious institutions, the church has faced criticism from inside a reverence for Christ.
I let them tell on themselves.
In 1939, an international organization had
you think, well, where's her brown skin? Where's the feathers? I mean,
from North America, like Canada, or it might be from South.
Eligibility requirements for citizenship. So
traits that might be.
We don't know. It's not what it means to be native they belong to.
It's a, it's like, it's a purity test, like Italian growing up around Italians. It was always like.
It's actually a legal term of art. So affiliated with, then you go to that nation and you talk to them, whether it's a more tribes and about 300 other tribal research. And if
that might be from North America, like Canada, or it might be from South America.
you want to learn about your history and heritage, you have to do that genealogical research. Of fantasy, or many people are emboldened enough to say, you know, hey, I did my DNA test, it says I'm Native American, where's my Indian check?
Really?
So there's so many misconceptions about what it means to be Native American.
That's a real issue?
Yes. That doesn't exist, but there's some kind of fantasy. Or so if you really want to learn about your history and heritage, you have to do that genealogical research. And if you weren't aware, there's 574 federally recognized tribes and about 300 other
might be from South America.
Tribes and about and if you weren't aware, there's 574 federally recognized tribes and about 300 other tribal groups in the United States.
300 other on top of the 500.
Yeah, that aren't recognized by recognized tribes and about 300 other tribes in the United States.
300 other on top
recognized by the United States. And so each one of those tribes have their own laws. They have for many reasons. Yeah, the tribal groups in the United States. If you weren't aware, there's 574 federally recognized tribes and about 300 other tribal groups in the United States.
300 other on top of the 500.
Yeah, that aren't recognized by the United States for their own systems of governance, their requirements for citizenship. So, and then if you do find who you may be affiliated with, then you go to that nation and you talk to them about what, and some of them are blood quantum. Legal term of art. So actually a legal term of
the term Indian. Is that okay to use?
That's actually a legal term of art.
Is that okay to use? Is that okay to use? The term Indian. Is that okay to use?
That's actually a legal term of art. So
the term Indian. Is that okay to use?
That's actually a legal term of art. A legal term of art. A legal term of art. So Indian is a defined legal term in federal law. A legal term of art. So Indian is a defined legal term in federal law.
Of art?
It's a legal term of art.
What does that
sorry,
mean?
I'm a lawyer. A legal term of art. So
the term Indian. Is that okay to use?
That's actually a legal term of art. So Indian is a defined legal term in federal law.
Of art?
It's a legal term of art.
What is that? Art?
It's a legal term of art.
Of art?
It's a legal term of art.
What does that
sorry,
mean?
I'm a lawyer.
Of art?
It's a legal term of art.
What does that
sorry,
mean?
I'm a lawyer.
What does that
sorry,
mean?
I'm a lawyer.
What does that
sorry,
mean?
I'm a lawyer. That just means that it's a defined federal term. Fit that and stereotyped into this. And I think one of the major issues that American Indians have is that we are often stereotyped into this this picture. And if we don't fit,
Bitch, you ain't no Indian. It's about to be over, man. We're gonna let them keep telling. Let's see. Hold on, let me just double check. We said Utah. Okay, so maybe it's a fucking herb that's fucking biochemical warfare that was in Salem. That don't mean nothing. But you know what was very interesting that I did find? Shit that be popping up in my algorithm, man.
Can't stop till I get enough. One touch of my heels above.
Not that. Let's see what else going on in Utah. Let's just check and make sure ain't no strange shit going on. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm just,
traction on social media because she brought attention to her disability after the release of the movie called The Witches. It's a film where actor Anne Hathaway, plays an evil. It's a film where after the release of the movie, because she brought attention to her disability social media because she brought attention to her teenagers gaining traction on social media because she brought attention to her disability after the release of the movie called The Witches. Teenagers gaining traction on social media because she brought attention to her disability after the release of the movie called The Witches. It's a called The Witches. It's of the movie called The Witches. It's a film where actor Anne Hathaway, plays an evil witch with a hand that has only 3 fingers. ABC4's Northern Utah correspondent Jordan Verdadero has this story.
18-year-old Savannah Karchner is from Kaysville, Utah, and she wants people to know just because she only has 3 fingers on one of her hands doesn't make her any different from you.
We as like a society, and especially the media, need to normalize disabilities.
Savannah is using her platform on social media. Savannah
normalize disabilities, and especially the media need to normalize disabilities.
Hey, baby girl, that's not a disability, baby girl. That's not a human name.
Savannah is using her platform on social media to speak out against the Witches movie where Anne Hathaway is an evil character. Savannah is using her platform on social media to speak out against the Witches movie where Anne Hathaway
like I said, that's so special to me could be used for as like a costume to make a costume. So special to me could be used for seeing, like I said, that's so special to me could be used for as like a costume to make a character look scarier. That hurt.
Savannah was born this way, and it is her normal. She
said that so special to me could be used for as like a if a character does.
It is her normal. It is her normal. She calls her hand her lucky thing.
If a character does have a limb difference or something, they should just be a character.
I was never supposed to be a hand. I like the ones you got shouting. Did I give you the book with the load?
Yeah, I'm gonna call it right now. I think I found the single biggest productivity hack of 2021. It's this Google Chrome extension called Speechify, and it literally
You know who I am, young lady?
My mama taught me to love you, same as I love Jesus and Joseph Smith.
You're a Mormon.
Jack Mormon.
You're a Mormon.
Jack Mormon. We was on our way to Salt Lake City when the Yavapai attacked.
You spent time amongst the Lamanites.
Yeah. I thought I'd have myself a nice Mormon husband when I was grown. A family of sister wives. I thought I'd spend every Sunday in the temple.
My young child.
That don't mean they still out here. Or that they doing nothing wrong. This just went on too long. All this shit just all connect. Crazy. Y'all want to see something funny? I got something funny for y'all to watch. Let's take a little break. Uh-oh. Speaking of Redman,
So we're gonna do some drumming later on to give them a little bit of taste. As you know, this is our new show we got going on where we kind of try to mix a lot of stuff that's going on in the community. Left a couple of clips right before we got into the segment right here, just kind of different events that we do. And at this time, I just want to ask the gentlemen to introduce themselves. So we'll start right here where we kind of try to mix
things that you didn't know about us natives. So community at large about Native American culture, heritage, and youth so they can carry them on to future generations. Being that our focus is on educating the community at large about Native American culture, heritage, being that our focus is on educating the community at large about Native American culture, heritage, and traditions.
As I've shared with you, I think on a exciting show, so we're happy that you could join with some music stuff, with the social scene, it's a very exciting show, so we're happy that you could join us today. I am have in the studio with me exciting show, so we're happy that you could join us today. I stuff with the social scene, it's a very exciting show, so we're happy that you could join us today. Social scene, it's a very exciting show, so we're happy that you could join us today. I am ecstatic to have in the studio with me today some of my very good friends and brothers. As I've shared with you, I think of occasion, that's fun. And brothers, have in the studio with me today some of my very good friends and brothers. As I've shared with you, I think on a couple of occasions, that's funny because it's our first show. I drum with a Native American drum group called the Eastern Medicine Friends and brothers. I have in the studio with me today some of my very good friends of occasion. That's funny because it's our brothers. As I've shared with you, I am ecstatic to have in the studio today some of my very good friends and brothers. As I've shared with you, I think on a couple of occasions. That's funny. As I've shared with you, my very good friends and brothers. Today, some of my very good friends and brothers. As I've shared with you, I think on a couple of I'm ecstatic to have in the studio with me today some of my very good friends and brothers. As I've shared with you, I think on a couple of occasions. That's funny because it's our first show. I drum with a Native American drum group called the Eastern. A couple of clips right before.
From the Arawak Nation.
That we do. And
Hi, my name is Spirit Wolf.
Onondaga.
South.
nigga, you made your motherfucking name up on the way there, nigga. Fuck you talking about? He told my name
themselves, so we'll start right here.
Hi, my name is Spirit Wolf. I'm from the Arawak Nation.
We'll start right here.
Hi, my
themselves, so we'll start right here. Themselves, so we'll start right here.
Spirit Wolf.
We'll start right here.
Hi, my name is Spirit Wolf.
We'll start right here.
Hi, my name is Spirit Wolf. I'm from the Arawak Nations, from the South.
All right, very good. Appreciate you being here.
Of the Iroquois Confederacy.
Okay, very good. So, gentlemen.
Of the Iroquois Confederacy.
Okay, very good. They might not know what Native American drumming is. I know we have American drumming. We also have African drumming, but Native American drumming is a little bit different. So, would any of you guys care to share a little bit about African drumming, but different? So, would any of you guys care to share a little bit about what drumming is about, just to kind of inform our audience a little bit?
Well, I can tell you.
Would any of you guys care to share a little bit about what drumming is about, just to kind of inform our audience a little bit? Share a little bit about what drumming is about, just to kind of inform our audience a little bit.
Well, I can tell you, to well, I can tell you, us, I was American. Well, I can tell you,
Man, we also have African. Share a little bit about what drumming is about, just to kind
of, to us, well, I can tell you, well, I can tell you, to us, I was
fake,
raised by
man.
my grandmother.
Shit
She
is all
was
fake,
a Native American healer, and different people around them. And also with the drum, they communicate with every time we did a ceremonial, we source. So ceremonial, we bring out the drum. Also with the drum, they with different people around them. They communicate with different people around them. Also with the drum, they communicate with different people around them.
We composed songs. Will say that we only do really spiritual things behind the scene, not open to the public. People, they may say, yes, it's still. Other people are more conservative. Will say that we only do really spiritual things behind the scene, not open to the public. In other words, things behind the scene, not open to the public. In other words, we only do really spiritual things behind the scene, not open to the public. In other words, and.
Well, hold on. Let me get this nigga smiling. All this shit is a facade, bro. All this shit is fake. All this shit is bullshit. Nigga, just be your motherfucking self, bro. You motherfuckers wicked, bro. Shit crazy, bro.
Oh God, hear the words of my...
No, y'all can't be saying y'all prayers in this motherfucker. Let me get somebody else to snitch real quick before we get done with these fucking witches. Fake ass motherfucking Indian tribes. Man, y'all some fake ass tribes. And then all y'all niggas doing these same ass whack ass dances, wearing these same outfits that these Boy Scouts wearing and shit. Fuck y'all. That's how I feel today. Fuck y'all, bro.
The new documentary from Matt...
Fuck y'all. I ain't no being friends with the enemy. What's the problem with you whole ass niggas out here, man? Y'all wanna be friends with their goddamn body.
Down there? Yes. Did you have any involvement or know anybody that had any involvement with those Mormon cults that are down there? Yes. I do know. But did you have any involvement or know anybody that had any involvement with those Mormon cults that are down there? Yes. I do know people that... do you have any involvement or know anybody that had any involvement with those Mormon cults that are with those involvement with those that had any involvement with those Mormon cults that are down there? Those Mormon cults that are down there? Those Mormon cults that are down there? Yes. I do know people that in the Juarez region, that some of the Mitt Romney's family members in that region area, yeah, I knew some I know some federal police guys and military guys that were curious about the amount of firearms that these guys had because they had some, I know some federal police guys and military, yeah, I knew some I know some federal members in that region area. Oh man, this is barely related. Did you have any involvement? This is really related. Any involvement or know anybody? Those Mormon cult, with anybody that had any involvement with anybody that had any? Do you have any involvement or know anybody that had any involvement with those Mormon cults that are down there? Yes, I do know people that in the Juarez region. That some of the Mitt Romney's family members in that region area, yeah, I know some federal police guys and military guys that were curious about the amount of firearms that these guys had because they had some, they basically fought the cartels off. How crazy is that? Well, it's pretty interesting being there and finding a white guy that speaks amazing English and it was born in Mexico, and he basically fought the cartels off because they had some, they basically fought. We're curious about the amount of firearms that these guys had because involvement. This is barely related, but did you have any involvement or know anybody that had any involvement with those Mormon cults that are down there? Yes, I do know people that in the Juarez region. That some of the Mitt Romney's family members in that region area, yeah, I know some federal police guys and military. Know some federal police guys and military. Know some federal police guys and military guys that were curious about the amount of firearms that these guys. They were curious about the amount of firearms that these guys that were curious. Of firearms that these guys had because they had some, they basically fought the cartels off. How crazy is that? Well, it's pretty interesting being there and finding a white guy that speaks amazing English and it was born in Mexico, and they're Mormons. They're Mormons, and they have to get like a visa. And they're Mormons. They're Mormons, and they have to get like a visa to travel to the U.S. Born in Mexico, and they're Mormons. They're Mormons, and they have to get like a visa to travel to the U.S. People don't know that like Mitt Romney's dad. The reason why Mitt Romney's dad never ran for president is because he was born in Mexico. Yeah, U.S. People don't know that like Mitt Romney's dad. The reason why Mitt Romney's dad never ran for president is because he was born in Mexico. Yeah.
The square, the palm of all the tokens of kind feelings toward any member of this circle. You are invited to withdraw, so that the Spirit of the Lord may be unrestrained. In the circle we make the signs of all the tokens of the holy priesthood. We will begin by making the sign of the first token of the Aaronic priesthood. This is done by bringing the right arm to the square, the palm of the hand to the front, the fingers close. feelings should exist in the circle. If any of you have unkind feelings toward any member of this circle, you are invited to withdraw so that the Spirit of the Lord may be unrestrained. In the sign of the second token, the name of this token is the token of the Aaronic priesthood. This is done by bringing the right arm to the square, the palm of the hand to the front, the fingers close together, and the thumb extended. This is the sign. The name of this token is the new name received in the name of this. Place this list upon.
We seen enough.
Associated with them. Bless them and sustain them. Bless them and sustain them. And bless us to follow their guidance. And bless us to follow their guidance. We ask a special blessing this time. We ask a special blessing at this time. Upon those individuals. Upon those individuals. Whose names lie upon the.
Hi, this is David again. And again, I'd like to report something that many people suspect, but I have some proof. The Mormon Church has been involved in satanic ritual abuse. Now, I'm sure that the few, one or two Mormons on my comment page just fell off their chair and go, holy shit, what is he talking about? 3, California 4, Mexico 2. You have already received the LDS Social Services report on Satanism. He was one of the higher-up documents. Mormon Church done about it. Okay, now, Brother Paige's Nazi organization was in the Mormon Church committee. I told you that Nazi organization was in the Mormon Church. Here's a general authority writing a memo to the committee to strengthen the members, right? From Bishop Glenn L. Pace. He was a presiding bishop, not a bishop of a local ward. He was one of the higher-up bishops. Subject, ritualistic child abuse. Okay, and I'm not going to read the whole thing because obviously you can read for yourself. A lot of my patrons, that's what the Mormon Church calls you. You're my patrons. Followers. Some of them can read. So go read it for yourself. But I'll give you just a synopsis here. He said, you have already received the LDS Social Services report on Satanism dated May 24th, 1989, a report from Brent Wood, and a memorandum from myself dated October 20th, 1989, in response to Brother Wood's report. Okay? I have met with over 60 victims, says Elder Pace, Bishop Pace. The number could be twice or 3 times as many if I was not disciplining myself to only one meeting a week. On the other hand, I felt someone needed to pay the price to obtain an intellectual and spiritual conviction as to the seriousness of this problem within the Mormon Church. The abuse occurred in the following places: Utah, 37 victims, Idaho, 3, California, 4, Mexico, 2, and other places, 14. 53 victims are currently living in the state of Utah. All 60 individuals are members of the Mormon Church. 45 victims alleged witnessing and or practicing in human sacrifice. Can I repeat that? Human sacrifice. The majority were abused by relatives, often their parents. All have developed psychological problems, and most have been diagnosed as having multiple personality disorder or some other form of dissociative disorder. Okay, MPD, multiple personality, doesn't really basically exist in the DSM-4 revised anymore. It's dissociative disorder. It's the old-fashioned, some of you are so young, you don't know this, where people have split personalities, they used to call it. Well, satanic ritual abuse children, it's only children, it never happens when you're an adult. The children are so traumatized by satanic ritual abuse ordinances and procedures that to survive the pain and the suffering, they split off into another person who often has a different voice, can be a different sex, can be a different age. Anyway, if you want to read about dissociative disorders, be my guest. The torture is not a consequences of the loss of temper, but the execution of well-planned, well-thought-out rituals often performed by close relatives. When the episode is over, the core personality is again in control and the individual is not conscious of what happened. That's the children.
So the fun thing with the serpent is, how does the serpent?
So he thought, what did that? Anyway, the outer bands of Jupiter just did that because we didn't figure out what it was. It just spiked like crazy, went nuts. Here it was. It was kind of a nice idea that you get on TV or something, but it was a savage place. Anyway, I was trying timber, but so I got into this, and then lo and behold, there's this 10, 11, 12-year-olds. And they couldn't deal with babies. Talking about how savage it was. And the rules of at least of the Plains Indians, either quickly or slowly, depending on how much were won, that if you were captured as an adult male, you were killed, tortured to death, either quickly or slowly, depending on how much time they had. If you were a baby, you were killed. They couldn't deal with the baby. Baby was... Anyway, so we thought, figure out what it was. It just spiked like crazy.
Fellow Hunter S. Thompson enthusiast. I mean, he was absolutely right, and it was so good. And I happened in the time where the settlers, in the time
things is brutal. It's sad. It's.
I mean, the horrors of it all. It's like, whew.
This is a book about me. I'm here about what one of the Great Plains Comanches that determined everything that happened in the American West around them, and this principle that lives on this But so I got into this, and then lo and behold, there's this. I find out because I live in Texas that there's this principle that lives on this, that lived on this land, the Comanches, that determined everything that happened in the American West around them. And that's not an exaggeration. They were, because until, the West wasn't won until they lost it. And that was for sure. And so there were two things. One, this arc of the rise and fall of the most powerful is taken in a Comanche raid in 1836. Who ends up in Cornflower Blue Eyes, who gets taken in a story, was this little story of this little 9-year-old girl with, blonde hair and corn. Of this little 9-year-old girl with, blonde hair and cornflower blue eyes who gets taken in a Comanche raid in 1836. Who ends up becoming the, mother of the last and greatest chief of the Comanches. And in fact, her kidnapping and his surrender at the very end of the Comanches, sort of bookend a 40-year war. We never fought a 40-year war against anybody except them. So I ran into this story, and I'm just a kid from Connecticut, and it just seemed like the most obvious book in the world. It was just.
Hi, this is David again, and again, I'd like to report something.
We done. Let's just see. Nigga be talking about they all in they goddamn. Oh man, this shit's so fake. This shit is a total scam. Shit, a total scam, bro. Motherfuckers making this up as they go. I'm about to get out of here. Look at this shit, man. Look at this shit. Niggas trying to trick you, dog. Trying to trick you out of your inheritance, dog. They stole it all. They did it. I'm about to get out of here, dog. Can't deal with these pale faces no more today. I had to turn my TV out. That motherfucker was doing some weird ass shit. I just want you to know who to point your arrows at. Cause they still out here, goddamn. These niggas crazy, man. Y'all need to quit playing, man. I really need to quit playing. You motherfucker been outside too. That 1919. Alright. I'm just lit like a motherfucker now. And they still on that bullshit too. Peace to the tribes, man. I appreciate y'all tuning in, man. You can just tell me, you know what I'm saying, what you think you found out. You know what I'm saying?
Anne Hathaway, excuse me, after the release of the movie called The Witches. It's a film where actor Anne Hathaway, plays an evil witch with a hand that has only 3 fingers. ABC4's Northern Utah correspondent Jordan Verdadero has this story.
18-year-old Savannah Karchner is from Kaysville, Utah, and she wants people to know just because she only has 3 fingers on one of her hands doesn't make her any different from you.
We as like a society, and especially the media, need to normalize disabilities.
Savannah is using her platform on social media to speak out against the Witches movie where Anne Hathaway is an evil character with 3 fingers.
It's a part of who I am, and so
An evil character with 3 fingers.
it's a part of who I am, and so seeing that something that, like I said, that's so special to me could be used for as like a costume to make a character look scarier, that hurt.
Savannah taking things one step at a time.
Nothing has slowed her down.
Went up, she came up and she goes, everybody sort of came together and we're like, hey, this isn't okay. So everyone started talking about it and speaking about it.
Just because she only has 3 fingers on one of her hands doesn't make her any different from you.
We as like a society, and especially the media, need to normalize disabilities.
Savannah is using her platform on social media to speak out
So the video we just watched is gone on the Comanche torture. 312,000 views 10 months ago. Brutal History Channel. Uh-oh. Man, y'all think I ain't working. I probably got like 20 million views, and they just ain't showing us. It's okay. You ain't gotta show me the views. It's resonating in the universe. So the video we just watched, like what, 2 days ago? A day ago? That's connecting all this shit. Now that's gone, bro. Come on, man. Y'all tripping. Nah. Fuck it. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. That's all right. That's why we do what we do. Let's go. That's why we do what we do. Damn, that's crazy. Let's see where it's at. They playing some goofy ass Indian music. Come on, bro, I already read it. Men and women captives, as well as teenage boys, would usually face death by ritual torture. Lake area in 1847, it was Mexican territory. Lake area in
New York as early.
I want to take 2 minutes to see what's going on at the Comanche First Nation had developed customs even more worrisome. The immigrants had seen the Mormons were involved in assault, and this would undercut. That's not the one.
Here's our payout so that we don't.
Comanche First Nation had developed customs for dealing with captives, depending on the. I don't know. Where they go? It's gonna fuck y'all up. Comanche First Nation had developed customs, otherwise showing defiance. Rituals. No tribe in the history of the Spanish, French, Mexican, Texan, and American occupations of this land had ever caused so much havoc and death. None was even a close second.
Don't hate me, man.
Juana's daughter left the future.
Altogether, there are only about 35,000 Eskimos. Here in the frozen north, the land is barren.
Yo. Now you see what they going on. Hold on. These wasn't no Indians. This was like and who was it? My nigga Shy. I would slowly shrink and squeeze the prisoner to death. Some niggas, cause they in the goddamn the spread eagle. How this applies. I don't know if y'all know about the movie. that ate his own children. The Comanche roasted captive American and Mexican soldiers to death over open fires. Others were castrated and scalped while alive. The most agonizing Comanche tortures included bearing captives up to the chin and cutting off their eyelids so their eyes were seared by the burning sun before they starved to death. That's a whole lot of hatred. Contemporary accounts also describe them staking out male captives spread eagle and naked over a red ant bed. Sometimes this was done after excising the victim's private parts, putting them in his mouth, and then sewing his lips together. But that video deleted now. But now it's deleted.
Giving you more, what you hoping for, what you hoping for. You ain't hoping for the Lord, you ain't hoping for the Lord. Bang material shit. That's why you can't house niggas.
Let me out of here.
Who cut your hair? Who cut your hair?